Um, so I want to talk about very subtle forms of energy vampirism in the context of high value habits and ways that you, as a spiritual person with high empathy, can guard yourself, guard your power, and guard your empathy from people who essentially lack thereof, who lack empathy. They call it narcissism now, but the term is a bit broad in a lot of ways, and I feel should really be used clinically. I prefer energy vampirism and dealing, with the spiritual roots of things. So, I just want to talk about some subtle things, and I want to start by talking. I want to give an introduction to this subject of, the most subtle forms of energy vampirism, and how having people who lack empathy and essentially having demon possessed people in your life, it 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 shapes your life, and it opens portals for you to be demon possessed as well. And so essentially, the people you hang around will either keep you wealthy or have you demon possessed. I don't know. I I have like a lot of notes here that I want to go over, that because I want to really try and stay focused, but the people you hang around will either ruin your life or keep you wealthy. And I didn't say make you wealthy. And that is specific in the notes, because wealth wealth is something that you are definitely born into. It is a bloodline trait of sovereignty. It can deal with monarchy and deal with royalty. In the spiritual sense, I want to talk about being gifted. The the spiritual wealth that you have of being gifted, having natural discernment, having natural beauty, having natural intellect, having natural wisdom, having natural empathy, that creates all these other traits that I just mentioned. That gift, that the power of empathy. When you have that spiritual wealth, and you're born into wealth, any form of wealth, the people you're around are either going to keep you wealthy or ruin your life. And it's time to get real about things, because we're in a time where we're living in a reality, and we're living in a timeline, and in a particular time, some of us, so to speak, but the the consensus reality is we're living in a time where there's actual political debates about who should and should not use a woman's bathroom, who is and is not a female. We're in a time of that level of demonic possession and lack of discernment. And that's the reality of the last days, getting closer to Armageddon, understanding how demonic a society can actually get, and the tools demons use, the mind control, the manipulation, the fear tactics to keep people docile and afraid to even say the word rape or murder or whatever. People are not even speaking English anymore because they're afraid of getting canceled. People can't use the English language when they're using their power of media, but everyone knows the dark web exists. No one's worried about the dark web. People are worried about saying rape and murder, you know, instead of grape and whatever stupidity people are doing and worrying about pronouns. That's the reality we're in. So when you don't, if you choose to give into that instead of be Christian and fight against evil, the only way you're really going to do it is through Christianity, because everything else is encouraging you to be evil and selfish and fearful and afraid. And a lot of this self-worship and I am God, and God is me and Christ is a form of consciousness, and all this and that, that's all good and well, but I don't feel like self-worship translates into the power that believing in Christ as your savior, instead of having to rely on your own confidence in your own self. I don't think self-confidence gives you the power that believing in Christ, who did what you have not done, which is died and then risen. And people are not facing their fear of death. They're not facing their fear of death. They're not facing their fear of an afterlife. People aren't facing things. So the introduction to this topic is, who you are around is either going to keep you wealthy as a spiritual gifted person, or they're going to ruin your life. No one's going to make you wealthy. And I anything is possible. That's all and well. Create your reality, manifest, law of attraction, all good and well. But there are certain realities, and concrete realities, and physical realities, and physical meaning wealth being backed by gold, not this ethereal Bitcoin wealth that we all have, or these pyramid scheme wealth, but actual sovereignty backed by gold type of wealth. You're either born into that or you're not. And we're in a time where social media is influencing people to want to be something that they're not, which is to be part of some elite wealth class, through vacations or through hypergamy, or having materialistic items and things like that. And I want people to understand an advanced occult science and advanced spirituality. You're born into wealth or not. And this is exactly why the I want to conclude the introduction with reminding people, rich white people, so to speak, because black people are cursed. All right, black people are under a curse. And I'm not talking to, I let's talk about in America, maybe, so to speak, and maybe other parts of the world that have suffered colonialism. Rich white people, so to speak, do do not behave the way liberal white people behave. Real wealth, born into wealth, old money and stuff, does not behave necessarily the way new money, or came into money, you know or the way white trash, low class liberal white people behave very differently. What do I mean by that? Racism, any ism, racism, sexism, classism, these things are about preventing someone of another race, another sex, another class from accessing economic prosperity of another class level. Meaning, if you are genuinely rate person who does not contribute and actively prevents other races from accessing economic prosperity. What does that look like? It does not look like these liberal white people who are always in some black person's face, hiring black people, sleeping with black people, having all doing the things that black people, being involved with black people all the time. That's what liberal people do. Racist racist white people who have real wealth, and again, who value have, because this is about high value behaviors, high value habits. Racism, sexism, classism are high value habits. And what does that look like? It looks like I value my own race, and I don't want other races that I either perceive to be less than me or just perceive to be something other than me accessing my economic prosperity. It is for my race only. And we see colonialism, we see when other races allow white European colonizers in, look what happens. So again, we're the one of the first main high value habits is, being pro black if you're black. This goes both ways. Black people who see the value in their blackness, in their African genetics, in their African history, or ethnicity, in being a black American, who may see the value in struggling or coming from slavery, or just see the value in being a black person, or in who they are as being born as a African American or genetically dominant individual. Black people who see the value in that are not in white people's faces. We do pro-black things. We want to be around our own people. We want to contribute to our own communities. And we don't see ourselves as low value. We invest in those of us who have the same sense of worth as black people, as of being black as we do. We don't look at our entire race as bad, and think like a colonizer, so to speak, or think like a liberal, you know. And so again, isms, racism, sexism, classism. Rich people, rich white people don't even have poor white friends. That's classism. It's not racism. They have black friends who are also rich. But real racists, they don't get excited when rich black people move into the neighborhood. If they're really racist, they are not accepting of other races, even if they have wealth. Classism is when rich white people will get along with other races who are in the same tax bracket, but don't, and some people are racist and classist and sexist. And that is what that's what the liberal agenda is trying to fight against. Oh, rich white men who oppress everyone who's not a rich white man. No, that's high value. It's a high value habit to value yourself, and to see yourself as valuable, and maybe recognize that some things that are different than you do not have as much value to you as they may be to themselves or someone else. So it's okay for a man to recognize that a woman should not be paid as much if she does not have the same upper body strength or ability to do a labor job as efficiently as a man who has natural muscle. It's okay for you to be sexist and say, I don't think this woman should have to get equal pay when she can't equally perform the job, which is happening all over America. Women in the workforce diluting the efficiency of things. And don't get me wrong, women bosses and women do, a lot of times it's men are the problem, and men are letting and relying on women who have become hyper dominant and hyper independent as a result of one, men being constantly taken away for war, but a result of a greater liberal agenda that the Art of War says when you see a rise in homosexuality, a nation is about to be conquered. They have intentionally castrated and homosexual and effeminized all of our men because we have been conquered. Look at immigration and all this. We've been conquered in every way but direct war on our soil. They didn't feel confident with going against the American army, so they had to conquer us through food, feminism, sports gambling, TV shows that destroy the fabric of masculinity and femininity. That's how we've been conquered as a nation. And the only people talking about it are Christians. So, when a man values his masculinity, he's not going to treat a woman like she's equal to him. And it's as sexist it can be, but it's showing that he values being a man. You're not going to get that from a gay man. You're not going to get that from a homosexual. You're not going to get that from a man who does not respect his own masculinity enough to be straight. You know what I mean? So remove head from ass and understand and stop being so sensitive and don't think like a liberal. That's the first high value habit. And so again, I'm reminding you, and I'm this is also another warning about energy vampirism, about the subject of energy vampirism in the context of high value habits for black people and black mages and witches especially. White people are only in your face when they are doing bad. Rich white people are racist, sexist, classist because they have something of value. And they don't want your poor, cursed ass, as they should not, to get your grubby, poor, cursed, under a curse ass on their sovereignty, as they should not. As a black person, you should have enough sovereignty, even under a curse, to understand the sovereignty pre-Gentile, to not want to give it away to white people. The way these black men give away their power, like Samson, to all these Delilah white women who cannot access black femininity other than some weak nigger who wants to give it away, who has to hide behind a white woman's power because he has no value of black masculinity. So remember something, black people of power. White people are only in your face when they're doing bad. White people are not going to give you power, give you jobs, give you authority, give you their daughters to marry and to rape when when they have something of value, when they have real power. They're only giving you and in your face and trying to offer you what their own curse, their own problem. So remember something about liberal white people. They're trying to survive through an alliance with black people under the guise of being white saviors. When at the end of the day, liberal white people need black people somehow, need women somehow. Gay men need women's support because gay men cannot go up against no straight men. The society of straight men would have gay men straightened out and sorted out, but women have gotten in the way. And now women can't get a husband because you got in the way of masculine men doing their job in society. And now homosexuality has taken over the world. Feminism has taken over the world. And the people suffering the most are feminine women. Not these masculine butch women who have no value for being a woman, who hate being a woman, who befriend these gay men because they are not liked and loved and adored by masculine men who have standards for femininity. So they have all these gay friends who will accept them as a woman no matter how dirty, filthy, disgusting, ugly, and unfeminine and man-hating she is. She's accepted by the gay man. Why? Because the gay man's more feminine than her. If she was feminine and she was the blueprint, gay men would be desperate to be friends with her because she would be the blueprint. But all these ugly, below average women who secretly hate men because they can't get one. They can't get respect from one, from the ones that they, you know what I mean? You know what? Because they don't value femininity. They're always thirsty for gay male attention, gay male friends who accept them when straight men don't. That's how. So remember high value. So I want you guys to remember these things as I'm going over these very, very subtle ways that people can take your energy and drain your energy and show that they don't value you. They want to your gift, your wealth, your spiritual wealth as a person. I'm talking about white and racism and sexism because these are physical forms of wealth and power. When and that's what it looks like when people are sexist, racist, classist. That what that is it, and being pro-black. It's self-worth. It's having high self-worth. So when you're spiritual and you're born into spiritual wealth, you have to protect that and have high worth for that and high value for that. And you have got to stop wanting to be in the mix and being around people and having a bunch of friends and having family and being surrounded by the human being when you are gifted with something beyond the physical realm. And here are some ways to honor and protect that gift that people, they may not have any value for you. They may be just be objectifying you as someone that they understand is blessed, is lucky, brings blessings, brings beauty, brings power, but they just want that gift. They don't want you. They probably don't even like you. And so and so I want to talk about those things, but also ways that people just don't value themselves and how you need to show up in the world as someone who highly values themselves, and how really having a real high sense of self-worth and having these habits is going to actually repel people with low worth, and it's going to start making you recognize demons and think differently about giving demons any access to you, and really, really separating yourself as a Christian. And a lot of, there's too much stuff that is teaching you to be too friendly and too forgiving. And I want you to start having righteous indignation without the drama. What do I mean by that? Christ had righteous indignation when he flipped over the tables and got angry because they were trying to sell out the spirituality. They were trying to make people buy chickens to sacrifice in the temple. Wow, that sounds like voodoo, because it is. Instead of allowing them to bring their own chickens from home. Read the Bible, it's in there. That's why he flipped over the tables, because they were charging. What were they charging for? The chickens for the animal sacrifices that they were doing in Jerusalem. So, righteous indignation without the drama. I want you to start flipping the script, meaning cutting people off, stopping things in their tracks the moment they show you disrespect, the moment they show you you are not really valuable to them, or that they want your gift, your spiritual gift, without giving you an equal exchange or something that is also priceless. When someone shows you that the only thing they have to offer is physical, and they don't have something priceless to offer you, like empathy, which allows for friendship and relationships. Empathy. When they don't have the priceless gift of real empathy and real love for you, and which starts with their love for themselves, distance yourself and cut people off, and fill your life with people who are doing good because they are not demon possessed, because they are making good decisions. They make good decisions with their physical body, with their physical health, and it translates into how they're doing good. They make good decisions with the physical wealth, finances, resources, and relationships that they have, and they are doing good because of that. All right? They're spiritually wealthy. They have morality, and it shows, and it glows. So, another one of the first things I want to talk about with being high value and valuing yourself is being mindful of who you listen to, who you take guidance from, and it can go into who you associate and hang out with, and I'll get to that. Do not receive guidance, and remember, always take things with a grain of salt, even from people who you don't want to look like or want to be like or live like. So if you don't perceive, and women, this is so important. If you don't perceive a woman to have the same natural beauty as you, be careful of whatever guidance she is. If you do not want to physically look like that woman, I would not listen to her guidance on any given subject, because your reality is going to be different based on how you look. If you admire someone, take their guidance and take their advice, because it's going to start to shape that reality that you want to live in, that same reality that they live in, as a person who has a beauty that you want but don't perceive to have within yourself. What am I saying? If you want to better yourself, listen to someone who you perceive to be better than you. And women, you have got to start getting a grasp on your beauty, because so many of you, the you are going out into this world with no feminine power. And when you see a woman who has her femininity intact, and she has a deep, genuine, and healthy relationship with her womanhood or her femininity, you guys are attacking. And you're attacking behind the guise of being liberal. You're attacking behind the guise of being hyper masculine, hyper acceptance of ugly, butch, fat women. That is how you're attacking beautiful women. You're becoming hyper accepting of demonic possessed women. Women who want to look like men, who act like men, who dress like men, who lesbians, women who just can't get a man and can't deal with men at all because they hate men so much, because they've had such bad experiences with men, because they're just not feminine enough to really relate to a man who's in his masculine. All right. Women who are not satisfied with their physical body, and so they cover it up, or women who are not healthy, and their body and their physical body shows they're not healthy. I'm not just talking about being overweight is not nearly the only way. And in a lot, remember, in a lot of cultures and regions and traditions, obesity is a symbol of health. So under colonialism, of European colonialism, all right, where they starved a lot and had a lot of famine and looked diseased and were used to people looking skinny and gaunt, all right, where that's the standard of beauty. So let's not just look at obesity as the only form of not looking healthy. Look at the skin conditions. Look at the health conditions, mental health conditions. How does that person talk? How does that person act in public? Are they showing signs of mental disorders? A woman covering up her body, dressing like a man, everything, she's not happy. There's women who are overweight, but they're confident and they're happy with how they are. Could they lose weight? Do other people tell them to lose weight? Yeah, but they're genuinely happy with how they look. And they might not want to lose weight. They might not be morbidly obese. They might not be obese in an unhealthy way. They might come from a culture where they're happy being thick. They're happy being bigger. They're happy with having a bigger body, having a bigger stomach, having a bigger ass or bigger breast. They're happy with having short, kinky hair or not looking like one of the Kardashians. There's women who are just happy with how they look naturally and happy with coming from a culture that sees that as the standard of beauty. But look at the mental health. Look at the attitudes, look at the diet, look at the skin. Look at all these other things. The way people walk, the way they talk. Do they have road rage? Look at their femininity as a form of health too, not just how much she weighs. All right? You know. So um women, be realistic about how you look. And if you are okay with how you look, don't listen to a woman who you would not want to look like. You would not want to look like, sound like, talk like, want her hairstyle. Don't, it's okay to not listen to those women. You know, it's great to get a perspective of somebody who's different than you, but their talking and their advice and their guidance is based on their experience looking the way they look, you know? So and you know, and I say this again, black women, when you get a lot white women all in your face, when you are a cursed woman, you have a harder time dating, you have a harder time with life and things, and getting men's respect from, you know what I'm saying. When white women are all in your face, when you're dealing with a spiritual curse, she's probably doing bad. A privileged white woman does not need guidance from a cursed woman who's struggling in ways that she doesn't. If she's really has real white privilege, you know, or class privilege or rich, you know, she's gonna be in a place where she's, you know, what you're going through is gonna be irrelevant to her life. So why do white women need to relate to black women so much? They want black men, or they need to figure out how to survive the reality of poverty. So again, you know, okay, um, I'm gonna look at my notes. Again, I say high value habits. Again, white people, and you know, so does rich people who have poor friends. White people who have a lot of black friends. Their privilege is not working for them. Their white privilege is not working for them. When you got black, you got a lot of white people in your face, and this and that. Their white privilege is not working for them as much as it should. Racist white people have no need to befriend people who are poor and cursed and from slavery and from colonialism and don't understand what it means to be in the ruling class. They have no need to mix and mingle with people from slavery. So what I'm trying to say, same thing with men too. Don't listen to men you don't want to be like. If you don't want to be having bad luck with women, having bad relationships with women, if you want to be married, if you want to have a woman and a family there to love you and take care of you when you get older as a man, and your value decreases because you can't do the physical things that give a man his value, and you're not wealthy, so no matter how physically inept you are, like that dude in the wheelchair, but he's wealthy or whatever. No matter how physically inept you are, you're still valuable as a man because of your wealth. Man, if you don't want to end up like some of these men who could never get it right with women, and in their old age They don't have a support system. They don't have women and a female energy to keep them healthy and help them maintain a youthful spirit, a healthy spirit as they age as men, and as society starts sorry, as society starts to value them even less. If you don't want to end up like these men who cannot have healthy relationships with a woman, and have a family and a support system and a healthy relationship with a woman, don't listen to men who don't like women. Don't listen to men who degrade women, who devalue women. If you don't want to end up constantly having problems with women and ending up in poverty because women don't respect you. When women don't respect you, they have your baby, and they keep you in poverty, they take you off the dating market, and they make sure you do bad. They tie your money up, they make sure you do bad, and they never give you the nurturing that you need. When women have no respect for you. When women have respect for you, they show up feminine, they stay quiet, they don't speak until they're spoken to, they do what they're told. They make you look good in public, starting by them looking good. Most men are with a woman who has no respect for men because she talks over her husband. She talks before her husband. She'll talk to men, other men, in front of her husband, talking to men, flirting with men. She doesn't respect her husband as an authority figure or her boyfriend. She's dominant in all the situations. She's making all the decisions. She has no respect. She has no respect for him as a man. He's just there maybe to pay the bills, but she probably has her own job, which is where she learned how to be bossy to men in the workplace, if not at home. White women, a lot of white women don't come from single parent homes where they saw their mother being bossy and talking down to men all the time. A lot of white women learned it from coming from a household where the man was weak, or being in the workforce where she got away with disrespecting men and talking over men and manipulating men, you know. So, men, again, listen to men who have the type of relationship you want to have with women. All right. If you want respect from women and you want to be around women who are feminine, and the only reason she's feminine is because she has respect for men and she has respect for herself. She's okay with how God made her. She sees value in being a woman or being a female. That's why she's feminine. So if you want to be around femininity, or if you want to be around feminine women who respect men, men don't listen to men who don't like women and who only are around women who behave like men. All right. I want to use Sprinkle Sprinkle as an example. And I love the Sprinkle Sprinkle movement. But the Sprinkle Sprinkle movement is a movement for black women. It is a movement for the most disenfranchised woman who has not been given her fair share, and who can use these tactics that Shira 7 teaches to get her fair share in a world that is not giving it to her simply because she's black, in a world that has conditioned her to take less than what she deserves simply because she's black. The thing with Shira 7 is Shira 7 does not get down. Water bear, get down. No. No. Come on. The problem, the example I want to use with Shira 7 is, if you don't want to look like Shira 7, if you perceive yourself to be more beautiful, more attractive, or sexually desirable than Shira 7, and if you perceive yourself to be more wealthy, because Shira 7 teaches things that are coming from a place of deficit, coming from a place of I lack, I need to take from a man. I you know, I'm going to get the money from a man because I'm too lazy to work. I don't want to work, under the guise of I'm so valuable, I shouldn't have to work. But it's coming from a place of I can't work, I can't keep a job, I can't survive in society without a man, and a man is for money, not love. And it also comes from a place of, I have never really received true love from a man, so now I must see him as a bank, as a bank account, as a source of money, because I have learned in my experiences with men that I will never get love from a man. So I must take his money because no man is going to love me. So if you perceive yourself to be a woman who is worthy of love from a man and who can find a man to love you for who you are, not being an object that is paid for with money. If you perceive yourself to be worthy of love, be careful of listening to some of the things Shira 7 says, which is teaching you to go after a man's money and grow into love, which is fine. But if you perceive yourself to not be wealthy and to need a man for money instead of love and all these things, great. But remember, um Shira, and I'm using her as an example because real wealthy women who have access to wealthy men that she is influencing you to believe that you deserve and that you can get with thinking like her, behaving like her, using her tactics that have worked for her. She's married to a black guy, remember. She's married to a dark-skinned black man named James. All right? She's not Jeff Bezos' wife or whoever. All right? So remember the context. You know, if you real rich white women who are born into wealth and have access to these wealthy men, because it is a society and they are racist and they don't allow poor slave descendants to access that, all right, because of their sovereignty, they are not online. They're not in public at all. A lot of times that you don't know who they are, you know but they are not online teaching poor women how to get a rich husband. They're not online taking donations from other poor women who need lessons. Their husbands have money. They don't need poor people's money. They have old money. So contextualize things. Remember when you're being influenced by somebody. Why do I use Shira 7 as an example? If you are a single person, Shira 7 talks heavily against dating apps. Why? Because she's married. She does not have to go into this world as a single woman, as a single man. In your 20s, in your 40s, in your 60s. She doesn't have to go into this world as a single individual. That's why she talks against dating apps. If you're single, if you're not married to some black dude named James who doesn't care what you say about him online, and you have a home to stay at and two daughters to take care of or whatever, you know, you what would you know about having to use a dating app to find love, which, mind you, a lot of people find love and marriage from dating app dates. A lot of people. I've seen people on first dates that looked like they had been married for 50 years, and I talked to them and they were on a first date from Tinder. So if you're single, don't listen to somebody who does not have to be single. Shira 7's been married for years. She's not a newlywed that's like, yeah, this worked for me, I'm married now. She's been married forever. She's been out of dating for at least 15 years. Why would you, as a single person, realistically listen to somebody who has no clue what they're talking about? because they don't have to be single out here and have not for over a decade. They have not had to be single through the time changes that we've had. Why would you listen to someone like that? So if you're actually single. So again, I say this to say, if you when you're listening to someone, if you are high value, you don't listen to anybody who is living in a way where you wouldn't want to live, and that starts with who looks in a way where if you feel like you look better than them and are more attracted to them, I wouldn't listen to any of their advice. That's a high value habit. Um if you are feel like you're more wealthier than them, don't take advice from people who are impoverished in comparison to you. Again, Shira 7 receives money from other poor women who or other people who agree with her, from her audience. And I'm not saying that she doesn't have sponsorship. Okay? I'm not saying that she doesn't get sponsorship from other business owners or other brand names who like her brand and what she's saying and who support her brand. But real wealth don't need none of that. Don't need a YouTube channel, don't need you to know who you don't know who they are, or who their husband is, unless they are like a Jeff Bezos rich, you know, or a Bill Gates rich, you know, or a president rich, and we'll get to that. Um so again, it's easy to influence people about what wealth is and influence people that you've achieved wealth. But remember, all married people think that they're better than people who aren't married. And I can't keep stressing this enough. And the longer you're single, the more you will learn how married people think. And a lot of times why some people end up in relationships, because they already have the idea that I'm better and I need to constantly project and prove that. Um, so again, um, a white women, white people again, stay away from this liberal shit. You have white privilege, you have white sovereignty, you have ancestors that, you know, cared about that and valued it enough to give you a privileged life. Don't throw it away on a liberal agenda like you need gay people and black people and all these sick and cursed and demon possessed creeds and cultures and groups. Um because again, if a black person is not an athlete or an intellectual, meaning a nerd, they're not, they're really they're you're going to take on the blackness curse. And as a black person, if you are not living in your intellectual nerd life, meaning you don't have a career based on your intelligence, like you're not like an engineer or like a scientist, or what I'm saying, like something that shows that you're, like, or maybe for something, like you're not like an actual writer or professor, or something that shows that you are a professionally intellectual and make money off of your intellect. Why do I say this? Because you got a lot of black intellectual people that just become black conscious people who are basically broke, basically poor, basically immoral, because they all have kids out of wedlock and they all fuck each other. But they're intellectual, they're conscious. That is not really being that's nigger shit. That's slave descendant shit. Unless you are making money off of your intelligence, that shows that you have intellect beyond a slave descendant's decisions, low value decisions, or you're an athlete, that shows you have physical discipline and physical high value as an athlete. You as a black person are not going to bring value to someone with white privilege. They're liberal. They're trying to be liberal because they don't, if it, this is what I mean. Real white people who really value their whiteness and don't and understand the value of their whiteness and the value of coming from a higher class society, they're gonna befriend black people who have demonstrated to have the same value, which means a black athlete who has physical discipline that other black people do not have, or a black intellectual that has intellectual discipline that other black people do not have, per the curse, per low value society. All right. So this, I hope I really want to attack the liberal agenda and talk about high value behaviors and give people an opportunity to value what they should be valuing about whatever it is they were born into. And if you're black, you have your other forms of wealth. And coming from oppression can be a form of wealth. Like I said, a lot of liberal white people, they don't have real white privilege. They don't have real wealth. So they want to use the privileges and the wealth and the spiritual sustenance you have. Guard it. White people, guard your white privilege sovereignty. Now, when you listen to people and when you become accepting of ideas from people who are not as sexy as you, are not as intelligent as you, who don't look the way you want to look or live the way you want to live or live how you want to live, or people who, if you wouldn't want to be that person and look like that person, if you when you start to listen to people like that and don't take what they say as a grain of salt, or and sometimes just do the opposite of what they say, so you stay avoid from becoming like that person who you don't admire how they look or how they live. When you don't set that boundary, you start to hang around people who also have a different life experience than you. And a high value habit, again, is actually to hang around people who have a similar appearance and background as you do. Diversity is cute, but it will ruin your life if you have more value than if the diversity is lowering your value. So when you are a tall and handsome man and you have all of your friends, all of your male friends are short, unattractive, or otherwise undesirable physically, when you are tall and handsome as a man and all your male friends are physically less desirable than you are, and subsequently your female friends are not models, are not physically ideal, desirable women, you give the impression and you are sending the message publicly and socially to society and to others that you don't value your physique, you don't value your physical attractiveness. And that sends the message that you are a tool for ugly people to use to make them self-confident and to make them self-valuable. This is why men who are basketball players, all the other basketball players on that team have a height requirement, so to speak. Allen Iverson, he was good. He was great at what he did. But he had to be, because he lacked that height. so to speak. And that's that short man syndrome. And again, this is why fat people tend to be very funny, very friendly. Bald men tend to have a lot of money, like to be in a lot of control, have a lot of money. Ugly men tend to be in positions where they where they can are using intellect and manipulation. Money is an easy way to manipulate, but if you, one thing about ugly men is a lot of men, they understand that they have to be smart and manipulative to manipulate women into sex. They have to be manipulative because they can't just always buy a woman. You know what I'm saying? So when when a person understands that they are not physically desirable, and that is their experience, they live differently and they try harder in other areas. When you as a man are tall and handsome, because you can be tall and ugly, and a lot of men confuse their height with being attractive. A lot of you men are not attractive, you're just tall. And you know though those are the men who, you know really, I think men who are not really handsome but they're tall, I think those men make the best decisions in terms of keeping a partner, because they have a grasp on reality. They know that they can get a pretty woman, they know that they can get a desirable woman, but they don't stay players. You know what I'm saying? Well, some of them do if they think their tallness, is what. But a lot of men who, yeah, men can be players and stuff, but it, when a person really has a grasp on how attractive they are, knowing that they're not the most desirable person, they're not universally desirable, knowing that their desirability depends on no one else being better looking than them. See, if you're universally attractive, you never worry about someone looking better than you. But when you're average or less, you are fully aware that your attractiveness is dependent on no one being more attractive than you, which means you're fully aware that there's a world full of people that are more desirable than you. But you can get away with what you can get away with as long as those people don't show up. And those are the men that have the healthy marriages because they realize their wife could cheat on them with a more attractive man. And that's why they treat the woman that they choose like gold, because they are aware that they are good enough to get her, but not necessarily good enough to keep her. So let me treat her right. That's what I mean about tall men who are not the most handsome. They get it right in relationships because they're fully aware that that their wife can cheat on them. When you get these men who really who really think they're the shit, and when you get these men that choose women that are uglier than them, it's because they intend on cheating. They intend on not respecting that woman. You know what I'm saying? Men go for women that they know they can get away with disrespecting. They don't go for beautiful women if they are not morally good men. Men who are not moral men don't go for beautiful women. They go for ugly women. It's because they know that they're going to lie, cheat, steal, and they don't feel bad about doing it. They don't feel a challenge. They are not going to feel like that woman is going to leave him because of his bad character or bad behavior. They know that a woman who values herself and who can get another man will leave him the moment he shows his bad behavior. And he knows he's an immoral individual. So he intentionally goes for a woman who's uglier than him. This is what you're going to see when you see a tall, dark, and handsome man. Usually these black men that have a middle amount of money, they have just enough money to get a woman to marry him and have his baby, but not really enough to really buy women and objectify women long term. So they get with a woman who is at least 3 or 4 times uglier than he is. So you see a man, he's tall, dark, and handsome. He's a little bit muscular. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they're misshapen where they're too muscular on the top, or they you know what I'm saying? Some men are like they're not the whole package. They're a little misshapen, but they're tall enough. They got their skin is dark enough or caramel. Right. They got enough beard. You know what I'm saying? They got just enough to be more to make that woman look better than she looks. And that woman knows she's ugly. So she'll get with the man, who looks better than her, and he's getting with her because he knows his character is trash and he can get away with it. So he gets with a woman. If he's a 6, he's getting with a woman who's a 2. If he's a 10 or an 11 or 12, he's getting with the woman who's a 6. So ladies, this is why you see tall, dark, and handsome men, attractive men, even men who are athletes or who are rich or whatever, getting with women who are below a 7, because they know their character will not keep a woman who has options. That's why these average men, they get a woman that they like, and they treat her right, because they know they're good looking enough to get her, but not good looking enough to keep her with poor character. And so those are some of the things that Shira 7 does say. But what I want to say this too, again, tall men who are handsome, when you go out into the world and you don't value yourself and you don't present that high value energy like a basketball player, like a football player, where all the football players are muscular, buff, athletic looking men. um you know when you, as a man, if you're athletic, you're handsome, you're tall, and all your other friends are not also athletes, are not also healthy, health conscious men, are not muscular, are not masculine, you you make these men look good, and you make yourself look bad. You are sending the signal that I don't have enough self-esteem to only hang around other tall, handsome men, other athletes, to be part of a team of men who are high value, and I can't access that. You give off that I'm tall but I'm not a basketball player energy. You give that. And you give that, oh, well, I'm not really high value, so I'm a tool that people who are low value can use to make themselves seem more valuable. And that's all you do. It's all you do. That's why that tall person meetup, I've never seen people so genuinely happy. Not like trying to promote an event happy, but you see that tall person meetup that happened in Chicago, those people were genuinely happy to be around people who were equal value to them, who were equal in the way society treats them. And that's where your value comes from. It's in how you're treated a lot of times. So ladies, if you are skinny and good looking, if you're physically fit as a woman and good looking, and good looking means also not just that you're pretty, but good looking means you got big boobs, you got a big ass, you have the features that men are attracted to, that men sexually desire. That's good looking too. So when you're skinny or physically fit and you're good looking, just like a man is tall and handsome, when you have a package, ladies, and you are around women who are not physically desirable. All right, notice I'm not mentioning skin color here with women, which, but why do women tend to hang around women of a generally the same complexion as them? Because they're having the same experience. And also because they value that trait in themselves, and they value what it brings to their life. And they're demonstrating that by associating with but your skin color doesn't determine your beauty as a woman. But when you as a woman look good and look univer- when you as a woman look universally good, and you are around women who don't are not physically sexy, when you're around women who are not physically desirable, women who would not be able to wear a bikini confidently, women who cannot wear a dress confidently, women who cannot wear high heels confidently, all right? And women who are not confident in their hairstyle. You got short hair, be confident with it. You got long hair, be confident with it. But when you are a beautiful woman and you're sexually desirable, and you're around women who are not, women who don't know how to dress, women who don't know how to poise themselves, women who don't know how to walk with elegance and class, women who don't know how to dress nice and feminine. When you're around these women who do not have the same sex appeal as you, what you're sending the signal of, I'm nice, I'm a bit naive, I don't value how sexy I am. Which means I am not going to require much from people to be around me. So even though I am the center of attention, and even though I'm drawing attention from being sexy, I don't require the people around me to also be sexy, to also be arousing to me, to pay for these things, to bring me gifts, to bring the same gift of beauty that I'm bringing. And what you send the signal of, I will allow myself to be used as a tool to make ugly women feel more confident. I can't believe it's been an hour. Why do these things take so long? Why do I talk so much? So what you're this the message you're sending as a woman, when you're sexy and you're physically fit, you're beautiful and you're universally beautiful. Your beauty does not depend on someone looking. Your beauty does not depend on people being uglier than you. You're beautiful no matter what situation you're in. You are the center of attention because of your beauty as a woman, and because of your feminine elegance as a woman, your womanhood. If you don't have a standard for how your friends look or how they show up publicly, inviting you're inviting men to take from you without giving, and you're inviting women to use you as a tool instead of appreciating you as a friend. So it's been an hour, and I've said these things to say on that note, and on the note of having high value habits, which is having real strict requirements for how people make you look in public, knowing that you are a model, and knowing that you have the wealth and the empathy of caring about other people, which means you care about yourself, you care about how you show up. If other people don't care about how they show up in public, they don't care about how they make you look. They only care about how you make them look. This is I say all that to say, I want to now talk about text messaging, and how people text messaging you instead of giving you physical phone calls oftentimes demonstrates what they perceive you to be. And a lot of times you are a placeholder friend. And again, this can go into romantic relationships, but I want to start by just talking about relationships in general, friendships. A high value habit for 2026. I want you to be aware and recognize the value that you have within your friend circle and within the people in your life who have access to you, and why they want to keep access to you. And a lot of times it's not friendship. It's not that they're calling to check on you. It's not that they care about you and how your day went. They don't care about how your week went. They don't care about what's going on in the workplace. You know, they don't care about your romantic relationships, or helping you get in one if you've been single forever, you know, or helping you maintain the one that you have. They don't care about you. You're a placeholder friend. You're a placeholder until they reach the success that they want to reach. And because of your beauty, because of your physical power, or because of your spiritual power to attract, they keep you around and keep access to you, because you having you in their life gives them the confidence that they don't have. It represents getting a form of wealth that they don't have. And if they ever actually got wealth, if they ever got more money, if they ever got a better job, if they ever got into a relationship or marriage, they would not need you. They're keeping you around to siphon energy vampirism. They're keeping you around to siphon your energy, your blessing, until it rubs off on them. What does this look like? This looks like people in your life, friends in your life, who constantly text you but never call to see how you're doing and to have a real conversation, to listen to your problems, or to make your day better, or to just learn about you and how you're doing from a place of, I genuinely care about you and I want to keep up with you. I want to keep in touch with you, and I want to have deeper intellectual conversations about things that are important to both of us. These things are friendships. These are relationships. Relationships, you can be on the phone with somebody and be silent and not say nothing, but you're still on the phone. Why? Because you want to be next to that person. You are getting a mutual benefit from being on that phone and having intimacy. So text message kills intimacy. It is a non-intimate way of communicating. So obviously in romantic situations, if you're in a dating phase or liking phase or talking phase, and all someone's doing is text messaging you, that's and including on dating apps, if there's messaging only and no effort to make a physical phone call or have a physical meetup, that should let you know that person does not like you. They're not interested in you. They want to keep your energy because you look good, and they want to keep you as a placeholder until they achieve what they want to achieve. You're good enough until I get it for myself. I'm going to take it from you. Do you understand what that looks like? Having friends and having friendships where you guys keep texting back and forth, but you never have a phone call about how your day went. Not about how your day went. Like having a half an hour to an hour long conversation with somebody who you consider a friend about how their day went, how their life is going, and not so you can go gossip about it to someone else, so you can develop intimacy with them. So many of you text message, and you guys have people in your life who text you all the time but never call. This, that person does not like you. They want the blessing and the covering and the wealth that they see on you. And they are keeping you around until it rubs off on them. And the moment they get whatever they want, you won't hear they'll stop texting you. You won't know them. They won't, and a lot of the texts, if it's not about meeting up physically and getting to a place where now we're having physical intimacy, where we're hanging out, we're going to the movies, we're doing this, we're doing that, if it's not to a point to get to a place where we're physically together and developing intimacy, that person does not like you. They're probably afraid of how powerful you are, but they have no respect for you. They think you're too dumb to recognize they're afraid of you, they don't like you, and you gave them access to you because you had no value for yourself. They value you more, but they see you too dumb and naive. You don't value yourself. You don't set boundaries with people who are not as powerful as you, who have less than you. You allow people who have less than you and have less to offer than you into your life, and they say, cool, this person is powerful and stupid and dumb and naive and has no self-worth, so I will use them until their power rubs off on me, because they're not using their power. They're too stupid to even know I'm not worthy of having their phone number. And you allow these people to text you. Don't let people who do not hang out with you and who do not make a weekly effort to hang out with you. Weekly. Friends Friends don't go more than 10 days without checking in. That's not friendship. And that's not family. You can get busy enough to where you can be working for a whole week and then you need a couple days to recharge and then something else might come up. But 10 days is the max. Less than 2 weeks. You don't go more than 10 days without checking in with someone you love and who you value and who you really is important in your life. All the text messaging is energy vampirism. I'm warning you. And I'm trying to get to the most subtle ways that people are draining your energy, but it's still ruining your life. Still ruining your aura, and it's still blocking your blessings, and they're still siphoning your blessings. That's why things may not be getting worse for you, but they're not getting better, because you still have people plugged into your energy that don't like you. And they don't like you because they're afraid of you. There are some people that they're not jealous of you. They don't like you because you were given the gift and they weren't. It's not jealousy where I want what you have, so to speak. They don't like you because they're afraid. They recognize that power. They recognize that they wouldn't be able to wield it. But that admiration can turn into fear. Jealousy is not admiration. Jealousy jealousy and envy is very different than admiration, because it's when you want, it's wanting to take. It's believing that what someone else has belongs to you. So that is a sickness. It's a sickness. Admiration can turn into fear, because you're recognizing that person's power and you're recognizing that you are not as powerful as them. But when you lack empathy to see that person as a someone who can get hurt instead of someone who can hurt you, or someone who's, wow, they're so strong and they're powerful, let me stay on their good side because I'm afraid of them. You're not seeing that person as someone who needs love. So you got to understand, a lot of this text messaging is people who they want to be in your protection realm. They want to be in your spiritual power. They want to be in your orbit because they are afraid of how powerful you are, so to speak. But that fear prevents them from actually wanting intimacy with you. They don't want to get to know you. They don't want to hang out with you. They don't want to be seen in public with you. And a lot of times it's not that they're jealous and that they want you to suffer, and the only way they feel good about themselves is when you're suffering. That's that jealousy, envy sickness, where people, the only way they feel good about themselves is if you are suffering. That's how jealousy works. They believe that you have something of theirs and you have to suffer for it. It's a sickness. When someone's afraid of you, all right, they don't want you around, because they're afraid. How can I put this? Let me put it like this. These ugly women, these ugly men, these less desirable people that you high value, physically high value people, very attractive people, when you're hanging around these uglier people, they don't have a problem making you look bad, making you look weak, making you look naive of how powerful you are in public. But they would not dare invite you to an event that's maybe a speed dating event, an event where they plan on meeting a guy that they like, or there's a girl they have a crush on. They would never dare invite you. It's not because they want to see you hurt the way someone jealous of you would. It's because they are afraid. They're afraid that you're going to block their blessing. They're afraid that you're going to take the attention. They're afraid of your power. And because they think you're stupid and naive, they don't have enough empathy to see you as a person who wants them to succeed, who will not flirt or sleep with the person they have a crush on, or the person they're hoping to date, or the person that they're on a date with. They don't see you as intelligent. They see you as an object that they're afraid of, but they have to wield to their advantage. That's fear. That's fear. Envy looks very different. A person who's jealous of you is going to go out of their way to harm you somehow. A person who's jealous of you is going to try to fight you. They're going to try to get you fired. They're going to try to sleep with your partner. They're going to steal things from you. Jealousy is they are going to physically attack you. Fear is the opposite. They're going to physically avoid you. All right? This is advanced energy vampirism and high value habits for 2026. If you do not start really valuing yourself, these people you're gonna keep energy vampires plugged in because you think that these people are not your friends. Friendship is intimacy. So the exceptions with text messaging is business. You have to feel it. Please, alone, all one world. Friendship is intimacy. So the exception to this text messaging is energy vampirism instead of calling, or actually not just having intimate conversations, but physically hanging out with a person on a regular basis, which should mean like once a week, twice a month, every 10 days. You should be seeing someone 2-3 times a month if you are really friends and hang out. Life's, but if you're friends and that's how it goes. So the exception is business partners, and this goes to coworkers, business partners, and community networks. You don't mix business with pleasure. So if the foundation of your friendship with someone is business, meaning if the foundation of your friendship, if you're developing a friendship with someone, but the foundation of it is we're co-workers. We met each other through, and remember something about a coworker. A coworker is somebody who you work with. I do want to talk about these definitions. I did write them down here somewhere. A coworker is a person you work with, and also, again, sometimes you have no other connection to that person other than the job. A business partner is a person who you voluntarily make money with, meaning a coworker that deals with a job that's someone who you have to work with. You have no real control over whether you have to work with that person or not. A business partner is someone who you have voluntarily gone into business with. So that is someone who you make money with, that you have the power to sever ties with them. All right. A community network is is a person who you have the potential to make money with, or the foundation of your friendship or knowing them is community based, meaning it has some basis in maybe not making money directly with them, but being part of the same community as they are, that may be about making money or making things in general. An example of this is being an artist, a music artist. If you may be friends with another artist, but if your basis for knowing them is we did a show together, we have to go on tour together, we know the same producer type of thing, that's a community network. So what am I saying? Anytime where the foundation of you knowing this person or having intimacy or having access, if the foundation of you having access to this person started with money, meaning that includes a job or a community where making money, or producing something of value was involved, that is the exception for text messaging. Why? You don't mix business and pleasure. Why? Ti well, do it and find out. Find out the hard way. But basically, you don't want to mix business and pleasure, because money can change people, and money deals with things that are more professional, and pleasure deals with emotional. And you need to be objective when it comes to money, business, law, politics, and even sometimes religion. You need to be objective with things, whereas pleasure is fully emotional. It's all about emotion. It's all about emotion. That's why a marriage is a business and it's pleasure, but it's first a business contract. And when you don't treat your marriage like a business and take it seriously, and you allow you allow too much emotion and other things and other people who don't respect your marriage as a business, you allow other people around you who want to enter your marriage because you got a good marriage, and they want access to that pleasure in that marriage, and they don't treat your marriage and you don't treat your marriage like a business, and you set boundaries and you keep things objective. You don't That's why you don't mix business and pleasure. So the exception to text messaging is it is okay to communicate primarily through text messaging when you have a relationship, or when you have gained access to somebody through being a coworker, a community network, or a business partner. Why is that the exception, and why is that okay? Because when you text message, or are allowing someone to text message you when you know that there's money making potential from that relationship, and you prioritize the objective that you both have, which is a community objective, an objective to better your community, an objective to make money, or an objective to have a in the to be cordial in the workplace, so to speak. We Meaning our job comes first, and we both want to make the best of this job, and we also have a few things in common. But when you both have that objective of becoming more intimate, because it is going to better your life, better your community, better your finances, it is okay to respect that person's time. Time is money in business, especially in a major city like Chicago, and when things move quickly and stuff in New York. Time is money, though, in business. And time is valuable. It is priceless. But when you're being objective, time is valuable, time is money. That's why there's hourly wages and annual salaries. These are all time-based these are all time-based incomes. Time-based income. Time-based income, not commission-based income, meaning I'm selling a product or service. It is time-based income, meaning I am exchanging my physical time and time. Doesn't matter what I do for labor. That's why people slack off, because they understand that they're being paid for their time. And so they make the least of it, which is going to create that's going to create bad energy flow. You go to work and you slack off because your mindset is, well, I'm going to stick it to the system by not showing up at my best. You creating poverty. You think not only do you think like a slave, but you think like a demon. You have the intention to sabotage you not showing up as your best. But again, I say it is okay to primarily communicate through text messaging, and text messaging is including direct messages on social media and emails. Anything that deals with texting instead of verbal communication. So it's okay to primarily have text communication when that person is a coworker, business partner, or community network. Because that is showing in the relationship that because the primary foundation of our relationship is our potential to better ourselves, and meaning through money or through community, I'm respecting your time. I'm respecting your time because your time is as valuable as my time, because we know time is money in this relationship too. We are being intimate for a intention. We are being intentional. So it is okay to only text message when there is money involved, or essentially bettering yourself, community involvement, meaning your relationship to that person is your relationship to an entire network of people who are also artists, who are also nurses, who are also spiritual practitioners, who are also doctors, lawyers, whatever, birth doulas. You get what I'm saying. It is a sign of respect, and it is showing that person that you are bettering yourself. You're putting your money, your finances, and your self-respect first, and you want to maintain that in the relationship. You want to maintain your money making potential, your bettering yourself potential in that relationship. When you allow people who are not helping you make money in any capacity to text message you, to have access to you, and they're not, I don't know how else to say this. This person has no value to you in your life unless they are genuinely a friend. Unless being intimate with them heals you somehow, or betters your life somehow, or enriches your life, that person has no value in your life at all. At all. And when you're allowing people who bring absolutely no value to your life because they don't even like you, why don't they like you? They're either jealous of you or they're afraid of you. And they don't see you as a person with feelings. They see you as an object that they have access to, that they know they don't deserve access to. So they're going to keep texting you to death and never make plans to hang out or never have an intimate conversation. They just want to keep having access to you because one day knowing you is going to pay off for them. You have these people are almost worse than an actual incubus and succubus, because the actual incubus and succubus, it's obvious that they're making shit go wrong in your life. But when you have these little gnats, these worthless bugs plugged into you because they're afraid of what you might become, they're plugged into you because you don't value yourself the way you should. And they value how good you look more than you do. So they're plugged into you, but they're bringing nothing to your life. They do absolutely nothing for you. This is not gonna work for a lot of people, because a lot of you guys, you don't bring value to other people's life. So you can have any type of friendship with anyone. You're not protecting your spiritual wealth. But for those who really want to get to the nitty gritty, do not allow people to text message you. Do not allow people to, do not allow their primary form of communication to be through text message. Unless that person, unless you see that person 3 times a week. If this is someone you see 3 times a week, you know that that text message is only to meet up with you, to lead up to something. Maybe it's something funny, something cute, but that person's active in your life. They're not draining your energy. Don't let people text message you who are not in your life. And a person is not in your life because they don't like you. They don't like you. They don't like you like that. A person's in your life because they see your value, your business value. Am I saying it should be a phone call instead? Yes. Yes. Anyone in your life who loves you, who likes you, who you consider a friend or family member should be calling you. The only exception to having the primary form of communication with someone who you consider a friend being text message is if your foundation of your friendship is money, is making money. Then it's okay if that person only texts you when there's an event that they want you to come to, or when they only text you when, because most of the time they're texting you, it's about making money. And they're not wasting your time with blah da 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 da. They're letting you know when is the next opportunity for you to make some fucking money. That is okay. That's respect. That's high value. That is a high value person who is bringing value to your life. So it's okay to respect their time and then respect your time, because every time they text message you, if the foundation of you guys making money, every time they text message you, it's going to be an opportunity to make money. When your coworker texts you, it's because they want to take your shift or give your shift away. They're making your job easier. They're helping you make money or helping you keep money. Otherwise, why the fuck is they texting you unless they want to hang out? Maybe they'll text you something funny that's funny, this, and that. But if it doesn't make your shift go by easier, your job easier, whatever, they're texting you because they're taking you're a placeholder. They want to make sure they have access to how good your life is and how much because their life fucking sucks. I promise you this. So yes, people should be calling you. The person is not your friend if they're not calling you. A person should call you. They can call you to make plans, because your friend, they call you, you guys laugh, you talk, you gossip about what happened at work, you talk about the relationship, you talk about the last time you hung out and how much fun you had. And at the end of the conversation, I guarantee you have plans to hang out the next time, and it's going to be within 3 days to a week. That's a friendship. If that's not happening with you, stop letting random motherfuckers text you because you went on one date with them and they still have your number, because you met them at a bar and now you text each other randomly, but you've never made plans to actually hang out because you guys used to work together. You didn't hang out when you were coworkers. You're keeping in touch with them for no fucking reason. They're not helping you get a job. They just want to keep in touch with you because you still got the job and they got fired type shit usually. Or they quit before they should have and now they're doing bad, so they're text messaging you. Exes that text message you that can't afford to take you out on a date or aren't interested in taking you out on a date. That's why they're text messaging you. Stop letting all these people who don't like you and who bring no value to your life text messaging you. Yes, Gaddafi Bloom, all your relationships should have phone calls. Every person who loves you should be calling you. Why? Why are they calling you instead of texting you? Because they want to hear your voice. They enjoy the sound of your voice. They enjoy talking to you. They enjoy learning more about what your life. They want to be a part of your life. Your life. They're not using you to make their life better when they have nothing to offer. When someone's using you to make their life better and they have nothing to offer you, they are only going to text you. They will never make plans to hang out, and they will never show up. They'll never be available. They'll always be too busy. But they'll text you. They'll text you an emoji. They'll text you and to see how you're doing, but they won't call you to see how you're doing. Why do you think that is? Because they don't give a fuck how you're doing, honey. They just want to make sure they have access to you. So when they're doing bad, and when they're doing bad enough, then they can call you when they need something from you. So again, People who habitually text message you and never call you, the only time they will call you is when they need something. So you can cut all of that off by cutting off everyone who text messages you, does not call you, has not hung out with you, and does not have money making potential. If they're not a coworker, a current coworker who has the ability to make your job easier by picking up shifts, picking up the slack, by being a friend at work, being an ally at work, being someone you can relate to at work, or just being a better resource at work. You don't need to know them. If they're not a community network where you two together are part of a community that does one something, you're part of a ski club, you're a hip hop artist, you're a dancer, you're a Somali. If you're not part of a community where everyone's part of that community and you don't know that person, you staying cordial with them because they're a community network, you don't need to know them. And for God's sakes, if you're not physically making money, if your bank account is not increasing from you knowing this person because they're not an actual business partner, if you have not partnered with them to make money or grow business with the intention of making money, okay, or bettering your community, you don't need to know them. Now, if you're 25 or younger, you're not going to have the wisdom to understand how all of this applies. But I hope that you're listening to this and recognize it. So if you're 25 and younger, by the time you're 30, you could be a millionaire. You could be really rich, really wealthy, really have reached your goals. Because if you don't apply this stuff, I promise you, everyone you know is going to ruin your life. If they're not keeping you wealthy, keeping you healthy, keeping you happy, keeping you financially stable, they're ruining your life. And how do you know if they're ruining your life? Look at their life. Do you want to be like these people who text me? Do you want to be like them? Do you have a bunch of friends who are doing bad, can't keep a job, in between jobs, been on always on a weight loss journey, always getting over some addiction? If you're high value, you only associate with people who are doing good in life. And you don't let false sympathy and all this, and you don't get manipulated into letting low lives have access to you because you were being too nice one day, you know, and gave someone and gave someone your number when they don't like you. They're afraid of you, and they need access to your power. Placeholder friendships, same sex friendships, placeholder friendships is very important. People versus people who actually value you in their life. um I I'm looking at my notes and I forgot when I was talking about thank you, Gaddafi Bloom. Yeah, they're wasting your time, and time is money. And this, I'm talking about energy vampirism. Why are people text messaging you when they don't care about who you are? Why do people text message you when they could give a fuck? The people who cared about how Happy New Year, how your New Year went, they were actively involved in your last year. They were actively involved in your life this last year. And they're wishing you a new year because they intend on making your new year happy. They intend on making your Christmas merry. They intend on thanking you for your givings. But when they're not in your life, they don't give a fuck about how your life is going. They just want to make sure you're stupid enough to let them have access to you. So when they need something, they can call you. They're not going to call you and invite you out to the party where they want to be the center of attention. They're going to call you where they're too ugly to get the attention, and they want their good-looking friend who doesn't know their worth to show along to make them look valuable to whoever they're trying to look valuable to. And when they want, and when they don't want you to do better than them, they're not going to invite you because you're going to outshine them. They're only going to invite you when they need you to make them look good. That's the only reason why people are texting you instead of calling you. The only exception is business. The only exception is if the foundation of you knowing that person was business. So look at your friendships, the people that you call friends, and decide, are you a placeholder friend, or are you somebody that they love and care about? And are you somebody that, when if something goes bad with you, you could call them and they would care about helping you? Or would they be utterly fucking worthless to you in a time of crisis? Because they're always doing worse than you are doing. Keep hanging around with people doing worse than you in life. I'm warning you. You're gonna end up doing worse. And they're gonna end up doing better. Third time's the charm. Another high value habit. Third time's the charm. I want you to reduce that to 2. Make that down to 2. Give people 2 chances to cancel plans, not show up, not be available, not respect your boundaries. I would say, even, you can give people 1 chance if they've known you, but I would say give people 2 chances if you are trying to get to know someone, and it, you know and they're showing you they're not interested in getting to know you. Give people, what I'm saying, give people 0 chances to disrespect you. The moment someone shows you that they're jealous of you and they're disrespecting you and they don't like you, don't ever, unless you have to make money, again, unless you have no control over the situation, get away from that person. And if you're spiritual, you need to do all types of protection, and you need immediately you need to pray to God through Christ to remove your enemies from you. Don't do a spell, don't do a binding, don't write their name, don't freeze their name on a piece of paper and put it in the freezer. Don't do none of that shit. The moment you see someone is spiritually attacking you, ask God to remove them. Save your energy on writing their name and doing this and this and that, on keeping your bank account flowing, on getting a better job, on getting better friends. Let God handle your enemies. And I want you to, after this upload, I want everyone watching to actually pray to God to remove all of your enemies and all these vampires from your life, and see who gets fired at your job. See who quits at your job. See what family members move or have to leave. See what family members end up having to be far away from you for some reason. See who ends up getting sick to where they can't show up in your life. Recognize too, you may not always know your enemies because you too busy being low value and having no self-worth, and letting these subtle forms of demonic activity plug into you in subtle ways, and out of, just out of not having the proper boundaries that a spiritually wealthy person should have. Make it down to 2. Give new people 2 times to not show up, not answer the phone, not respond, not be available to meet up. 2 times, and that's it. Then cut them off. They're not interested in being in your life, this and that. Let it go. You guys got to pay attention to what people are telling you when they're choosing to not be present. All right, pay attention. You are not important to them. They don't like you. The feelings are not mutual. And this is one of the main things you got to understand about it. The feelings are not mutual. You know, you may be excited about hanging out with someone, you know, starting a friendship, being friends, do this, that, you know, even doing business with people. But and when the feeling's not mutual, the effort's not going to be the same. And it's as simple as that. And sometimes you just have to pay attention when someone is telling you that they don't feel the same way, by just simply not showing up in your life, not being a part of your life, or not making real effort to. No one is always busy. If it and I mean this too with friends, people you've been friends with for a while, and you're trying to hang out with them, you're trying to coordinate, when can we meet up, this and that. It's not that they're not busy, you're not their priority. Their fine, their partner, the person that they're having sex with, is their priority. The person they're having sex with is the only person they want to hang out with. The person they're having sex with, whoever that person is friends with, that's their friends now. You got to understand that some of your friends are codependent and they never were friends. You were a placeholder friend for them until they found the partner they wanted, the job they wanted, until they got into the place in life where they wanted to get. They don't need you anymore. And you got to understand something too. When people are doing fine, they have this, that going for them, and they're busy and they got their routine. If you don't fit into people's routine, just recognize you no longer fit into that person's routine. Some of your friends, they're not making space for you because you don't fit into their routine. They've outgrown you. And it's okay for you to outgrow people too. But don't keep trying to maintain a friendship and a relationship with somebody who does not value you in their life, who does not want you in their life and is not interested in being part of your life. You don't need to keep acting like you know these people. You know? You don't have to keep acting like you know somebody. If you haven't hung out with someone in 5 years, if you guys aren't having intimate relationships, and you used to know them in college, and this and you don't know that person anymore. You know who knows that person? The person they're sleeping with. And this is what I keep saying about single people. You got to understand, when you're single, anyone who's in a relationship, they think they're better than you, and they don't have any value for you. They only value their partner. So if you're single and you got a bunch of friends who are in partnerships or in relationships or have been married for any amount of time, more than 5 years, you're not, your friend probably don't even like you. You know, they probably just look down on you. They probably think they're better than you. You're probably a pity party. You're probably just something that they can use when they want to feel single, or when they need to use, they need help with this or that. They don't see you as, you know, someone who needs love and companionship. They see you as someone that they can use when it's convenient for them, when they need something. So again, I say, especially people who are single, it is more important for you to cut off all these energy vampires, because when you're single, you just don't let anyone have access to you. Because people in relationships do not have respect for people who are single, and they think that they're better than you. And I don't care if it's your friend. They think they're better than you because they have something that you don't have, and that's how they look at it. And they're going to treat you like a tool to use. They're not going to treat you like you're equal, or like your life is valuable, because they believe someone chose them, you know, so they have worth. No one chose you, so you don't have any worth. You can just be used as a tool. You know, you don't have any purpose. You got to understand how people codependency thinks. Their whole purpose is that relationship. And when you're independent and when you're single, you know, I'm talking to my spiritual people. We have relationships with supernatural things that people cannot comprehend. And because some human chose them, they think that they're better than us. So remember that. Stop letting these people have access to you just so they can steal your glory, take it for themselves, use you like a tool. If someone cares about you, they're going to be calling you at least once a week, if not every day, 2 days, 3 days. Stop playing around and acting like you have friends and when you don't have friends. Cut off people who are not your friend and start making real friendships. There are people all over the world that are lonely. Join a club, get on a dating app, meet up with people. Doesn't have to always be about dating. There are a lot more meetups. There are for single people to meet up without the pressure of trying to date. Why? Because people in relationships think they're better than you. And you're going to get treated a certain way if you are single and everyone else around you is in a relationship. They have no value for you. The only thing people in relationships value is that relationship. So get out here and hang out with other people who are living the same lifestyle as you. If you're a dark-skinned black woman, hang out with beautiful dark-skinned black women. There's a reason why you go to certain places and it's full of obese black women. Because it's a culture. And obese black women flock to certain things, flock to certain events. So be in places and spaces where people look like you, where people think like you, where people are of the same race as you, have the same experience as you, have the same level of attractiveness as you, so they have the same outlook on life as you. That is where friendship starts. All this trauma bonding with people and letting people latch onto you who can't really relate to your life experience and don't really have anything to offer your life experience. Why, they just want to take your life experience so they can, you know, have more than what they already have without giving you anything, without even offering you anything. Um, I don't know what I wrote. Don't so and this is another thing. This is another high value behavior. Finished product energy. So just a quick recap. I first talked about racism, classism, sexism, and how these are actually high value habits. I've talked about never taking advice or guidance from somebody who is not as sexy or as wealthy as you. And I talked about not texting, not mixing business and pleasure, not giving people second or third chances, but also finished product energy. This is subtle again, and this is advanced spiritual protection. But finished product energy is top of the mountain vibes. What do I mean by this? If you have climbed the mountain, especially if you climbed that mountain and made it to the top without help, you are not to accept friendship and give people access to you who are not a finished product. Meaning, if you are a finished product, if you are who you want to be, if your body is how you want it to look, if your beauty or your handsomeness, your physical attractiveness is exactly where you want it to be and you're satisfied with it, if you if your life, if your household, if you're satisfied with your living situation and with your finances, and you have any form of financial freedom to where you can buy the things you want to buy, where if you can afford to go on a small trip once a month, if you have $600 to $1,000 of expendable income every month, you have financial freedom. All right. If you are a finished product and you climb the mountain, and God forbid, but if you had to do it without help, if you didn't get income from your parents, if you didn't get privileges from being born into a wealthy family or white privilege or a two-parent household, or parents that actually really loved you instead of were just jealous of you and envious of you and treated you like trash. If you have real friends instead of a bunch of people who are jealous of you and afraid of you and scared of you because you're just so much more beautiful, powerful, and really it boils down to you're just smarter than them. They're just really not smart individuals. They're not intellectual individuals. They don't know how to think and use their brain. And so you're scary to them because you have wisdom that they probably will never have if they weren't born with it, frankly. Um, if you have to do everything by yourself and you're happy with who you are, that's top of the mountain vibes. You're the monk at the mountain who has found peace. If you're a finished product, if you're an adult, all right, and you are at the top of the mountain, you are at the peak, you are peaking, you are at the peak of your life, you are at the optimal energy of your life, and you are living in your peak. You are not to allow people who are working on themselves in your life. No weight loss journey friends. No, have friends in your life that are physically fit, not weight loss journey, not trying to get there, not trying to get to where you are. People who are at the top of their own mountain. You need to start causing avalanches and shaking off people who are trying to access you who don't deserve it. Let them do the work to be where you are in life so they can really access who you are. Not that version of you that feels so bad for people that you're letting any old bum and low life in your life. Let high value people in your life. There's a difference between I'm not drinking and I can't go to the bar versus I'm sober. A sober person doesn't need to announce that they're drinking. A sober person does not need to announce they're not drinking and this and that. A sober person has no problem being around alcohol and simply saying no, simply not partaking, and not being pressured into doing a toast. You know, they know how to discreetly just toast with some soda water and be social. They don't have to announce it and make a thing of it and make it your responsibility. When someone's announcing, I'm not drinking, I'm on a weight loss, they're making it your responsibility to help them become the person that they should have been 5 years ago and are now trying to be. But let them do the work. It's not your job to figure out where to hang out. It's their job to have enough fucking self-control to not take a drink if you're at a bar. Because museums can have alcohol. Parks can sell alcohol. Family events can have alcohol. All the things that anywhere you go can still serve alcohol. It doesn't have to just be I don't go to the bar or the club. So there's a difference between a person actually being sober and in sobriety, meaning they are fit to hang out with. They can maintain a healthy relationship because they're not making it your responsibility to better them. They're taking responsibility for themselves. So not drink, don't hang. I'm not none of this. Oh, I'm not drinking. I can't drink this, that. No, sober. A sober person is not announcing their disorders and their sicknesses. No weight loss journey. Fit, healthy, in shape. Because weight loss journey, it's your responsibility to go somewhere where they can deal with instead of going on a hike, going on an aquatic diving trips, doing all the physically things that require physical fitness that you enjoy doing, that your weight loss journey friend cannot be a part of because they are not physically fit to do the things that you find fun. None of that. You go on the hike, you go on the diving, you go on the dancing, whatever. Even if it's a salsa class and you meet other people there. Let weight loss journey people meet weight loss journey people. That's their friends. And let them fuck their personal trainer who likes overweight women who are on a weight loss journey anyway. All right? They're going to be on a weight loss journey forever once they start fucking their personal trainer who secretly likes fat women. So let them have that. No spiritual awakening. Wisdom. No spiritual awakening. Going on retreats, figuring it out, this, that. No. I'm getting into this and I just learned. Fuck all of that. Wisdom. Wisdom. No people talking about this and that and my beliefs. No one gives a fuck about your beliefs. It should be private anyway. Unless you're at church talking about Christ. You should not be talking about spiritual practices. And I'm really gonna get into these tarot readers in a second too. This upload's way too long already. I'm tired. But I still have like a lot of notes to get through. You guys don't even know. That's why I'm reading them now. No spiritual awakening, you guys. Final product, finished product energy. Top of the mountain peak energy. Nobody trying to figure out what they believe and who they believe in and what they believe and what the afterlife bullshit. Either they have wisdom or they don't. Either they know who they are and they know where they're going, because hint, hint, you're going exactly where the fuck you came from. You're going back to where you came from. So if they don't know where they came from, they're going to be one of these people who doesn't know what happens in the afterlife. But those of us who are from heaven, we know exactly where we're going, as long as we stay righteous. So again, no spiritual journey, spiritual awakening, spiritually figuring it out. No. Only people who have full wisdom and can look you in the eye and let you know that they know exactly where they're going, after they die. You want spiritual wisdom, talk to someone about death and their particular death. That will let you know how much wisdom they have. Talk to them about death. Don't ask people about Christ, this, that. They're just going to lie to you. They're going to act like they don't believe in Christ if they got a bunch of gay, liberal, tarot reading friends who are fat and ugly and transgender looking. Or they're going to act like they believe in Christ if they're part of some church or something, or if they're getting by acting like they believe in Christ, but they're really just some bum who constantly needs help from the church. They're going to act like they believe in Christ. If they're a bum who constantly needs help from church people. So don't ask them about death. Death is the conversation that's going to let you know how much wisdom a person has. Talk to them about death and dying and their own death. Figure out how afraid they are to die, and you will know whether they have wisdom or not. No spiritual awakening. Either they're ready to confront death head on, and they're ready to be persecuted in Christ's name, and they're good with that, and they're confident that after they die they will be in a good place of peace. Either that, or they're full of shit and they have a lot of work to do, and you don't need to help them do it unless you're getting paid. So another thing is saving. No saving up, I'm saving, I'm investing, I'm doing this. None of that. Financially stable or no friendship. Financially stable or you don't need to know them. And I'm warning you, this should have been number one. Stop hanging around broke people. If you're a single black woman, the only reason you're still single is because you're around men who are broke. If you're black and you're beautiful and you want a relationship, just go around white men with money. Or lighten your skin and get some black man with a little bit of money. But if you're black and beautiful, I suggest you just go around the white men with money. Because there's a lot of light-skinned black guys passing as white who have money. Or lighten your skin and get some mediocre black dude who will spend money on you because your skin is lighter. All right? Gaddafi Bloom, let me you got something to say, speak and be heard. So no saving up for this, saving up for that, working on this. Fuck that. Either they are financially stable, meaning they have financial freedom, meaning they can get up and go on a vacation to Africa with you without it being an issue, meaning they can afford to go to your wedding if you want to have it in Paris or not. No, no, you know, this, I'm going to tell you why people make their weddings extravagant. It's not, and I know a lot of dating coaches will say, I know when their wedding's not gonna last and they got all the reason people make their weddings extravagant is, well, one, a lot of poor people, again, they feel they made it. Oh, I'm married. And this is mostly for the women. Men are very manipulative when they're choosing who to trap into their bullshit for the rest of their life. But women, every woman believes she made it. She hit the lottery because some man married her. So people like to go all out and be extravagant because their marriage is the only value they have in life. They don't have any value in society other than someone chose them to have sex with. So they're making a big celebration about it. But the other reason couples who are actually in love have extravagant weddings is because they they want to stay rich, and they are weeding out who in their social circle is not wealthy enough to really be considered a familiar family. Because people, the number one reason people get married is for wealth. Number one reason people have children out of wedlock is because they hate the person they had children with and want to make sure that person stays poor the rest of their life. That's what poor black slave descendants do. They get pregnant, or they get someone pregnant when they want to make sure that that person never does good in life. That's how black slave descendants think. But wealthy white people get married because they have decided they want to be wealthy forever. So they get married and then they have kids after they have some wealth to pass it down. But their social status means everything. Black people don't do that. Black people like to make sure other black people never do better than them. So they get each other pregnant before they're 20. And they make sure they'll never become anything but a single parent. And most of those, that's going to be Shara Seven's audience. People who never had any self-worth, who now let a woman who's bitter and scorned teach them how to use men for money, and use ugly men for money, because handsome men are not going to put up with it. Only ugly men, that's what she at least she's being halfway honest. But again, no, people have extravagant weddings and stuff because they're trying to weed out their broke poor friends who are just gonna, now that they're married, who are just gonna end up being leeches and asking them for this and asking them for that. And like I said before, if look at your 5 friends. If 3 of your friends are married, you're gonna be the 4th or 5th. If 3 of your friends are single, broke, you're the 4th or 5th. If 3 of your friends are single parents, you're going to think it's cute, think it's okay, and you're going to be the 4th and the 5th to have irresponsible sex with a bum who don't like you. So again, like I said, married people and single people have 2 completely different mentalities. So that's why people have extravagant weddings. They want to know that their friends can afford to be their friends now that they have stepped up in life. Now that they have partner, now that they have access to wealth. They're treating their marriage like a business. They're treating their marriage like a business. And they are using classism to weed out people that they don't want in their marriage. They're weeding out the people who they don't see have money making potential. You need to do that in your life, especially as a single person. If you're single, you should only have friends with money. If you want to be in a relationship, you have to be able to afford to be married. If you just want to shack up with someone like these liberals and just have someone love you for who you are, even though you're a disgusting individual, Join, be liberal, be disgusting, and be loved for it. But if you want a relationship with someone who can afford to love you properly as a woman and as a man, if you want a relationship with a woman who will keep or increase your social status instead of turn you into poverty or keep you poor because she is low value and has no value, which is what most men marry. There's a lot of men in the Midwest marry worthless women. Worthless women. They don't look good. They don't do anything. They don't have any real skills to make money. So you got to understand what is a man getting from that? He's getting a woman who is not going to have a lot of options in life. So he can be on his worst behavior at all times. And there will be no consequence of a woman leaving him and him having to go find another one. This is why I say men with poor character choose women 3 to 4 levels uglier than them. If he's a 7, he's going for a 3. If he's a 6, he's going for a 2. If he's a 10 or 11, he's going for a 6. You know? So men with poor character marry ugly women. It's not just, oh, I have a poor bank account. No, he has a he has a poor character. That's why and I'm talking about handsome men who are with ugly women. I'm not talking about average and ugly men who are with a woman who looks like him, who are with a woman who looks evenly yoked with him. Those men are marrying for those men are finding love. They are in a relationship with a woman who they relate to on other levels, who they can have real intimacy with on other levels. A handsome man is not having real intimacy with a ugly woman. You got to understand that. Why do ugly women go for handsome, tall men? Because they know they don't look good. They need the validation of publicly parading around a tall man. I got a tall, handsome man to sleep with my ugly, pudgy, not good looking ass. Not really, not feminine too. Not really feminine, disrespectful. But I got a tall, handsome man to sleep with me. That's why. She does not care about how she's being treated in the relationship. She doesn't care about him. And a lot of times these ugly, that's why you got these men, good looking men in relationships with ugly women who disrespect them. Disrespect their man in public too. You know. They'll disrespect their man in public and they'll go around flirting because they got a handsome man to sleep with him because he has low self-esteem and he has bad character. Now she's out flirting and acting like a whore because that's what ugly women do. And this, like I said, handsome men, if he's going for an ugly woman, he has bad character. He knows a good looking woman who values herself and respects men is not gonna put up with no bitch made um immoral menace who likes to sleep around. Um so again, finished product energy. No, I'm not drinking. I can't drink. I can't go to the bar. Sober people who don't have to announce it because they have self-control. No weight loss journey. Fit, healthy people who can go on a hiking trip. No spiritual awakening. People who have wisdom, who can confront death in the face with confidence and are confident about their afterlife. No saving up. People who have financial freedom, who can go with you to Africa right now. All right? No saving up for this and that. No. So these are some ways to only accept people and get people access to you when they are a finished product. Again, if you're 20, 25, this might go over your head because you're probably not a finished product. But if you are, and if you have the wisdom, if you listen to this, by the time you're 30, your life is going to look like the life of a millionaire. Because your friends are going to be high value. The people you know in life are going to have high value to you because you're the one living your life. It's the value they have to you. And you're not going to have a bunch of worthless people texting you when because they have nothing to offer you and they don't like you. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of having a conversation with you because if you have a conversation with them, the reason people text you instead of call is because if you have a conversation with them, they're afraid you're going to find out how dumb they really are. They're afraid you're going to find out how dumb and worthless and empty they really are. If a person can't have a conversation with you, it's because they're a clone. They have no intellect. And they're downloading from your life. They're a clone that's downloading from your life so they can go copycat you when you're not around. I'm warning you. 2 hours and 20 minutes just to say if they're texting you, they're a clone. Just to keep you away from these people who are downloading your blessings, trying to become human. And they NPC. Oh yeah, no working on self. I'm working on myself. Either they're moral or not. That's the other thing about finished product energy. No people who are working on themselves. No, I'm working on myself. I'm doing no. Either they have morals, either they have good judgment, they have morals, and they have empathy, or they don't, and they're a sociopath. No people who are working on themselves. That makes it your responsibility for them to make the right decision or for them to do the right thing. That's that. Stop hanging around children who don't know right from wrong. Don't hang around anyone who's working on themselves. Finished product energy, top of the mountain vibes only. And here's the other thing that is this is a bit more advanced, but I said this before and I say it again. Either they are married or they're single. Don't hang out with people who are confused. And again, that's liberal people who don't even know what sex they want to date. Don't hang out with people who are confused. Either you're single and you identify as single and you don't talk about any sex life that you have because as far as anyone knows you're single. Or you're married and everyone knows what your sex life is because they know and assume it's with your spouse. No people who don't deal with people who are in between. They don't know if they're single, they're married. Now, if you got a friend and you know your friend is dating, of course, check in with how the dates are going. Check in with how they've been seeing this person. Of course, check in. But I'm going to let you know advance. If you are dating someone, I wouldn't talk about it with anyone. If you've been single for more than 5 years, okay, we got to qualify this. If you're over 30, if you're over the age of 30 and you've been single for more than 5 years, dealing with some spiritual curse, you're dealing with some of this. All right? I'm not saying people single by choice. I'm saying people who are having bad luck in love. If you're why over 30? Because it is natural between the ages of hitting puberty and in throughout your 20s when you are technically physically still going through puberty and still going through sexual discovery. It is okay for your hormones to not be regular until you're about 30. It's perfectly normal for you to really still be hormonally going through puberty until you're 30. Therefore, people get married and they're 20, 25. They come from households where they were trained on how to be someone's spouse. Wealth. They come from households where they understand the business of marriage. That's why people get married when they're 25. They come from wealth. They were trained on how to maintain wealth, on how to be someone's partner. Everyone else comes from poverty or slavery and does not understand the concept of marriage. So if you're over 30, meaning you're pretty much you're sexually mature. 30 is when you can say that you are sexually mature. All right? Um but if you've been single for more than 5 years and you're over the age of 30, I wouldn't talk to anybody about who I was dating. I would I would be fully aware that the people around me were probably the main reason that you're single. What do I mean by that? Who's benefiting from you being single? All the guys or the ladies who are in the friend zone that secretly want to fuck you, that are not helping you, not introducing you to people they know that are single. Because the reason you're single is because no one in your social circle is introducing you to the other people that they know are single. Why? They don't like you. They don't want you in their life. They don't want you in their circle. They don't want you part of their friend circle. So they don't want their friends hooking up with you because they don't like you. They're using you. And so they can discard you when they're done siphoning your blessings to their low life. All right? That's why you're single. You would not be single if the people you knew had any ounce of worth or value in your life and could introduce you to somebody who was worth a damn. So either everyone you know knows a bunch of trash people that are not eligible to date you, or they simply don't like you and don't want to see you hook up with the people that they actually like and want to be in their life with. They don't want you part of their inner circle. They want you on the outskirts, siphoning your gifts into their terrible life that would be terrible unless they had access to you. Access. I didn't say intimacy. I said access. Cut people off who you don't have intimacy with. Or like I said on the last couple uploads, who you no longer want to be intimate with because you've outgrown them and you've outgrown their demonic activities. um so again, finished product energy is either you are happily married or happily single. And if you are happily single, do not talk about your dating life until you're engaged. You can have one or two friends, maybe a parent, or a one family member who can track your dating journey, and that should just be make sure you're safe. But you have got to understand that talking to people about your dating life is why you're still single. Keep it private until there's somebody who actually likes you enough where you can make it public without embarrassing yourself because you guys are going to break up after a week, or because you were sleeping with someone who's going to ghost you after a week, or keep it private until you know that that person is going to marry you, because you're single until you're married. And if you're over 30, you're too grown to be talking to people about your sex life, because that's what it is. It's your sex life. You're not married. And as a woman, why would you want to even admit to having a sex life when you're not married? Because you think this liberal shit is cute and you have no value for your womanhood or your purity or the perception of your purity, which will put you in the realm of dating a man who has self-respect. And that's why you're single, because you're around a bunch of men who have no self-respect. How do I know? They all have kids by other women that they didn't marry. They're probably a bunch of black people too. You want to get in a relationship, stay the fuck away from black people. Predominantly black people. Black people are not in the habit of getting married. Black people are in the habit of disrespecting black women, devaluing the darkest women, sleeping with fat women who are desperate for sex, creating babies, and only marrying, and the men marrying when they're ugly, when they're 70, when they have no money, and when they got all types of prostate and issues with their dick. Then they want to settle down with that one hoe who stayed tried and true. So if you're a black woman, by all means, get the fuck away from the black community if you want to get married. This is not Wakanda forever. This is not 2016 when Black Panther came out and black men were desperate to find a black woman because that movie embarrassed them for being with a white girl when they were shown the beauty of Africa. All right? So by all means, we're in a Candace Owens era. So, we're in the sprinkle era. So black women, by all means, if you are over 30 and you're still single, I can guarantee you it's because you live in a predominantly black community. In America, not Africa, in America. All right? Get away from black men. They don't like us. They don't value us. They need us. They use us if you let them, and they will watch us grow old and alone doing everything ourselves if you allow it. They don't value or respect black women. You want a black man, lighten your skin, straighten your hair, and go get some mediocre black man who has no respect for women. All right? You want a black man so bad, go lighten your skin and straighten your hair. Otherwise, sisters, get with men who deserve women, who come from, who were raised by men, who are worthy of having a woman in their life, who know how to treat the female. That is not the African American slave descendant. All right? Get with races of men who deserve women, who respect women, who know how to have a woman in their life, who value what having a woman is. That is not the African American slave. All right? Everyone else who is not a black woman, you are single because your friends don't like you. I'm pretty much, I probably have said this in every upload that I've done in 2025. If you are not a black woman, you're single because your friends don't like you. No one's introducing you to the people they know that are single. Your friends are threatened by you, they're using you. If you're a black woman, you're single because you're a black woman. It's that simple. But if you're not a black woman, all this stuff applies to you even more, because you're not single because you're cursed. All right? Single because of your social circle. Yeah, so that's that for finished product energy. No working on self, people who are moral already, and no confused about your social status. Either you are married or you're single, because that is your social status. When people say they're married, they're telling you that their social status is better than everyone else's. When you stay single, when you identify as single, you are identifying a certain social status. If you're over 30, people look at you as you are poor when you say that you're single. They look at you as someone who's poor. They look at you as someone who it lacks, who does not have. And that is why it's so important to protect your spiritual energy, because a lot of us have so much spiritual power, they can't understand why everyone's afraid to date us or love us or marry us. Everyone is afraid of us. And this is what I'm trying to let you guys know. High value habits. You got to understand, people are afraid of your high value. You should be afraid of losing it to these worthless lowlifes who can't stand us, can't stand to be around us, don't want to see us in happy relationships, just want to use us so they can keep living their mediocre, worthless life, but never want to see us succeed. These are the type of friends you have in your life, and I want you to get rid of them. If you have spiritual wealth, get rid of these energy vampires. Yeah, cut people off at the first sign of disrespect. Low value self-worth allows disrespect in life. So your self-worth is directly related to how much disrespect you allow, meaning you don't want to go around fighting people to get respect. You don't want to do violence to get respect. You don't want to really retaliate to get respect. You want to cut it off. You don't want to stoop to someone's level through retaliation or violence unless you are unless it's self-defense. You don't want to use violence to retaliate or anything. It's only for self-defense. You never want to stoop to someone's level. You want to cut it off. You want to show people that I was disrespected and I'm not going to associate with that person once they show me how they feel about me. There's nothing that will invite disrespect more than getting disrespect. And cokeheads do this a lot. They will disrespect each other in some of the most grotesque ways, and then they'll act buddy buddy the next day like it was just a coke experience. There is no quicker way to for people to disrespect you and walk all over you and see you as trash than to associate with someone who disrespected you as if they're your best friend. Is to continue to associate with someone who disrespects you. And I'm guilty of saying the word bitch or saying it in a familiar way too. And it is a kind of become a black culture thing, and it's become like a gay community type of thing, and kind of being raised by the gay community. I do still have to have them some of those habits and stuff. But that's a form of it. It's just it's like when your friend calls you bitch, you know what I'm saying, instead of by your name. And yeah, like I said, as a hip hop artist and stuff, like, yeah, I slip into that too. But I want to use that as an example. Don't hang out with someone who has no respect for you. Someone, the only reason someone disrespects you is that's just how they feel about you. If someone cared about your feelings and liked you and respected you, they will never disrespect you ever. Furthermore, if a person is not full of envy, they have no reason to disrespect anybody in life. They don't have envy in their heart. They don't have that disease of envy. Disrespect only comes from a place of envy. Because no one who has more intellect than you, more class than you, more wealth than you, no one who has more than you will ever disrespect you. Disrespect only comes from a place of envy. People who are of respect give respect, they get respect, they are civilized. Envy is a mental disorder. It's a disorder. And a person whose heart is full of envy, they are in beast mode. They cannot be civilized, and they will try to physically hurt you. I'm warning you. Anyone who's envy will try to. Envy is shown in physical attacks, physical abuse. Any form of abuse comes from envy. Because abuse is nothing but physical disrespect. Abuse is nothing but physical disrespect. And we know verbal abuse, obviously, it's verbal disrespect. Any form of disrespect comes from envy. And I need you all to understand, anyone who had a parent that ever disrespected you, if your parent ever in any way disrespected you, abused you, I'm not talking about disciplined you with a spanking. I'm talking about abused you, meaning they looked for a reason to spank you. They looked for a reason to spank you in front of other people. Because behind closed doors, when no one is around, they didn't need a reason. They just hit you. If you ever had a parent who abused you verbally or physically, your parent envied you. All forms of abuse, physical or verbal, comes from envy. It is a disease that someone has to want to hurt someone else. That only comes from envy. You do not have the instinct to want to hurt someone else unless you have envy or self-defense. And like I said, to retaliate to someone is only to feed into their envy and stoop to their level. Never retaliate with someone who has attacked you, out of disrespect. Pray about it, move on, and don't respond, because you will expose that person for being demon possessed. The trash takes itself out. So do not respond to envy. But if you allow it in your life, if you continue to associate it with it, if you continue to be buddy buddy with it, if your friend disrespects you and says something disrespectful, and then you talk to them the next day, instead of either checking them or cutting them off or telling them, hey, you know what you said was disrespectful, I don't think I can be a part of this friendship anymore. Or if it's a long-term friendship and they are envious of you, but you think you can work it out, and maybe you provoke their envy by bragging about being married or some shit like that, then you guys can talk about it and say, hey, you know what you said was not cool. I'm not going to allow that. And if they disrespect you again in that same way ever again, then you cut them off. All just cannot be friends with someone who envies you. It is dangerous. They will hurt you. They will kill you. I mean that. I mean that. Witches, you have got to be 3 times as more careful. You better not have a friend who envies you or shown any sign of envy of you in any way, shape, or form. Unless you have had a conversation about it and it stopped. Unless you checked your friend, looked at them, told them what they did, told them how it made you feel, and they never did it again. But witches, you have got to understand, if you are really spiritually gifted as a woman and you have a female friend who envies you, she will kill you. That is my warning. And it's not going to be the final one because I'm going to be talking about these advanced spiritual protection all year. But if you are a witch, a blood-born witch, gifted, and you have a female friend in your life who envies you and you keep letting it slide, she will kill you. You get in her car, she's going to drive crazy, she's going to drive erratic, she's going to act like she wants to get in an accident. You get into a relationship, she's going to break up your relate. She will kill you. She will do things to bring you physical harm that could result in death. You don't think women use poison? They do. You stay away from a woman jealous of you. You keep hanging out with people who disrespect you, you will end up poisoned. The government is poisoning your food for less, and they don't even know you or what you have. I mean, unless you're a targeted individual or unless you're the child of someone who's in the military. Then the government is targeting you in particular as an individual. But if you're not some type of super soldier of sorts, um, understand the government's poisoning the food. You think a person who knows you won't poison you for real for less out of envy? Bloom says, what is a witch? General English definition is a woman of exceptional beauty, charm, or grace. Um, my a more and then it gets into a woman who has been accused. Nah, that's not really a witch, but when a woman who is accused of witchcraft, or it could be a woman who claims to do witchcraft. Now remember, witchcraft used to be just basic arts and crafts that were normal, traditional things, until some of these things were demonized through the Salem witch trials and through colonialism, where some indigenous traditions were misunderstood by the European colonists and deemed witchcraft or wicked. So a woman who is a crafts woman, that could be a crafty woman, meaning a woman who has an uncanny ability to make things or make things work, craftsmanship, which also can deal with alchemy. And this deals with potions. Potions deal with alchemy. What is alchemy? It's all forms of chemistry. Alchemy is all forms of chemistry. Alchemy, but aside from English, but more etymologically, deals with Kemet, ancient Kemet, and the rituals and chemistry that is particularly derived from ancient Kemet, from the people in Kemet, and the particular practices that they did in that particular region, commonly known as North Africa. Um, Furthermore, a witch is a gifted woman. So that deals with a woman who has, again, exceptional beauty, charm, and grace. That deals with a woman who can enchant in ways that other women cannot. That's obvious to see. It's obvious when a woman has more charm, more grace, or more beauty than all of the other women around her, and you can't understand where it came from. She wasn't raised to be like that. It's not, you know what I'm saying? You don't understand where it came from. She's not necessarily different than those women, other than she's just far more attractive. But this also deals with supernatural gifts of a woman who is gifted, meaning certain supernatural gifts that you may be born with. Ability to see spirits. Some call it seeing ghosts. Ability to hear things that other people cannot hear. The clinical term for that is schizophrenia, in a lot of ways. Ability to move objects with your mind. Telekinesis. All forms of kinetic energy, which is not just moving a physical object, you know what I'm saying, but it is being able to read someone's mind. These things, psychic ability. And these things can be proven with science meaning with puzzles. A person can use puzzles, but before it was just the ability to use tarot. So these things, while these are metaphysical traits, some of them can lead to talking to a demon or having a familiar demon that grants you fortune telling or forms of sorcery. So these are all definitions of a witch, but it's basically a woman who is gifted in obvious ways, and a woman who can um a woman who either performs satanic witchcraft, which means she have a familiar spirit, or a woman who has the who has the gift of witchcraft, meaning knowledge of herbs and spices or kinetic abilities, up to and not limited to psychic ability. You really were really smart in school. Yeah, I was a prodigy. Um, so I guess I still am. I'm just an adult now. Kind of, almost. But this is why I do my uploads in professor format. I do them in teaching format. I don't make things easy. I do it in the format of, if you have graduated to get to the university, you're going to sit through the class, you're going to take notes and learn. I'm not going to do the work for you and pass you. You're either going to learn the lesson because you sat here and listened to the lesson and took notes, applied, did the work, came back and, got feedback, got graded, or you not. So, yeah, I was um incredibly smart in school, to to a point where they're still watching me and what I'm capable of, making sure I don't get ahead of the game. I'm asking because it's obvious your wisdom is not necessarily from a school. That's the definition of a witch. Now we're getting somewhere. Thank you for learning and paying attention. That's the definition. Your wisdom is not from a human source. That's the definition of a witch. Um, so witches, particularly who have accepted Christ as our Lord and Savior, if you have a female friend who is envious of you, she will kill you. Human women are of no consequence. So these envious women, they're not going to go completely out of their way, because a human woman is not much struggle or competition to defeat. When you are gifted and protected and have wisdom, these women full of jealousy, they will eliminate you, because the only way they can exist, remember, they're sick, and in their mind, you can't exist for them to succeed. As long as you're around, they're not going to succeed. So they will kill you. So don't be around someone envious of you. They will poison you. They will sleep with your partner. They will steal from you if you let them in your house or let them around your things. They will poison your food if you eat with them or drink with them. They're wishing you ill will. And if someone disrespects you and you give them access to you again for any type of reason, you're inviting them to kill you. You're inviting them to kill you. High value habit is A person has 0 times to disrespect you. Um Now, and the only reason anyone in their life would allow disrespect from someone is because your parents abused you. The only reason you would allow someone to disrespect you in any way is because you learned how to be disrespected by your parents. Your parents taught you that you are trash, that they can hit you, talk to you any type of way, and because they're the parent, it's okay for them to do it. So that your parents programmed you to believe it is okay for people to mistreat you and disrespect you. So you are programmed to receive disrespect as a form of love. So again, you're sick if you allow disrespect, and you need to get help to understand that you have worth and that you're valuable, and you are not just here to be someone else's punching bag, because one of your parents made you think that the only purpose you have is to let other people unleash their jealousy on you. And that's not true. But if you ever deal with any form of disrespect, it's because one of your parents abused you, which means they're the first person you need to cut off. And you guys, I promise you, a lot of you guys are living terrible lives because you refuse to cut off your parent who was jealous of you. You guys have terrible parents, and black people refuse to cut off your terrible parents. And most black people have terrible parents. That's why our race is the way it is, because we have terrible parents. That's why it boggles my mind why rich white people with white privilege would ever want to be around such cursed people. And I figured it out. It's because they're doing bad. They don't actually have rich wealthy privilege. They're doing bad, and they need some slaves. So they come over and get in black people's face with their white privilege and shit because they need a slave. They can't do it on their own. All right? Um Black people in particular, because it's mostly us who has terrible parents. All right? Who have parents that treat you like you're a slave and like they're the master. Okay? It's only black people. It's only niggers. It's only slave descendants who have these dynamics with evil, wicked parents. And I don't want to say only, but it's mostly, it's in our race, it's a tradition. It's not like, oh, that person is abusive. No, it's the tradition to treat your parents like shit. It's the tradition to treat women like shit. It's the tradition in the black culture. Where did they learn that from? Slave master. And give a black man a little bit of power, he's going to treat black women like dirt. He's going to treat his children like dirt. And he's going to treat white people like God. So, you know, and you know, so that's what we see. And black people, you have shitty parents, you got these jealous parents, you have abusive parents. You have disrespectful, immoral parents, demon-possessed parents. And you as an adult, you keep letting them in your life, letting them ruin your life, letting them make you feel obligated. And your life is in shambles because you're not living your life for you. You're still living your life for your parents and any family member they tell you that is your responsibility to take care of. All black people who are failing in life, it's because of their family. It's because they come from a family that is trash and they won't cut them off. Black people, crabs in a bucket. Black people love being crabs in a bucket instead of being that token black person who got out and now only relates to white people and is strong enough to deal with how racist white people are, knowing you deserve what they have. Black people would rather stay in the bucket with other niggas because that's who they are and that's how they feel. Get out of the bucket and get around white people who have what you deserve to have. But you got to climb that mountain first, and you got to be okay with dealing with racism. You should be able to deal with racism if you have high value. Black people have low value. They can't confront racism. They can't confront people who value themselves. They can't think like that. They can't understand that mentality and relate to people who value themselves. So they stay around other black people. including their family, and they stay connected to family members that hate their fucking guts. So you white people, or you people who come from races where the men marry the women and don't disrespect the women, you people who come from a race where you had two parents in your household, if you want to know what's wrong with black people, talk to your black friends, ask them what their relationship is with their mother and with their parents, and you're going to see what's wrong with them. Their parents are trash, doing bad, sick, not good people, immoral, still single, got diabetes, overweight, unhealthy. You know, they're the first person in the family to eat spinach, or pronounce the word spinach properly, because everyone is too lazy to learn how to speak English well enough to actually qualify for a good paying job. You know, it's easy to figure out what's wrong with black people. Ask them about their family, where they come from. You're gonna see trash. And when you meet a black person who's not like that, it's because their parents raised them to be a civilized human being, probably through Christ. It's your responsibility to set these same boundaries with people, because you're going to look like the people you hang around. You can either look like black people who have no self-respect to even cut off anyone who disrespects them because they let their parent disrespect them and talk to them like they ain't shit all of their life up until they're 60. You think it's not true, and it's not. In the black community, black men will be 65 still living with their single mother who talks to them like shit. Never could have been married when they were 30 to several beautiful black women, but they chose to stay in their mother's basement disrespected. That's how most black men feel about themselves. They'd rather be in their mother's basement getting disrespected by a woman who he can't fuck unless he is. A lot of black people fuck each other. A lot of black parents and children, it, slave syndromes. Everyone fucked each other on the plantation. Black people are not different now than during slavery. Sorry to burst your bubble. All right, precious. All right. So at the end of the day, um you allow your parents to disrespect you as an adult, your life is going to be shit. And you're going to fail. So true. My grandmother has moved back to our hometown and she's wreaking havoc in everyone's life. T. Jay Benson. Well, again, spiritual exorcism. Jay Benson. This is what I'm saying. When people allow access, she moved back because she had a place to stay. Somebody gave her access to come back in and wreak havoc. Don't let it be you, Jay Benson. You don't be the person who gives a demon access in the name of we're family. Because the reason why the majority of black people worldwide are doing bad is in the name of family. The black people who do good are around white people. Why is that? Because they left trash, valued themselves, and got around people who could afford their value. They had a high self-worth, they had a high price tag, and they only hung around people who could afford it. Who were the people who could afford it? The people who were already sober, already fit, already wise, already financially stable, already married, and already moral. And unfortunately, most of those people were not black. Okay? Raise your price tag. Get over being, and again, if you're black, you don't have to dislike black people. You just got to recognize that there's something wrong with the majority of black people, and you are to only invest in the black people who can afford it. It's okay to be pro-black, but not at the expense of your self-worth. Climb the mountain. See how many niggas could do it too. Or be up there with some crackers. Don't matter. At least crackers have self-respect. The same level that you do. I hear you. She's elderly now and had to move back close to family, but she's not family, if you know what I mean. I refuse to allow her to harvest my energy. Good. Because when if you go back to my upload talking about the hag and the crone energy, I talk about the number one way that old black women get by is through hag energy, which is through manipulating and siphoning the energy of younger people, making younger people feel obligated to deal with them. I got an idea. Be high value, be worth something, have real relationships with people who actually like you and love you. So by the time you get old and God forbid something happen where you need help, you're surrounded by people who like you and who love you, not people who you have to demonically manipulate to deal with you. The old people get like that because they've lived with demons all their life and they're still relying on that demon. And that demon has to manipulate someone younger. And I can guarantee it's either a child or someone younger that they had to move in with. Someone they can manipulate into feeling bad for them. Instead of somebody who's like, you know what, I respect myself and I don't want to deal with no problems because my life is at peace. And the moment I allow a problem in, my life is going to be full of problems. And this is why I tell black people, get the fuck away from your slave descendant ass family. Because if all of your friends have problems, your life is full of problems. If all of your friends can afford to go to Africa every month, you're going to be in Africa every month. Get head out of ass. And this goes especially for black people, but especially for black women, because nobody lives a life for everyone else and ends up 60, 70 alone and can't move with a bad hip and diabetes, overweight, and just ugly, frankly, with no hair. But black women couldn't find any fucking self-worth in their 20s, couldn't find any fucking self-worth in your 30s, definitely were too lazy to develop the self-worth that I'm urging you guys to get in their 40s. So in their 50s and 60s and 70s, they ended up chewed up and spit out by the liberal agenda, hanging around with a bunch of worthless lowlives instead of being around rich white men who had power to share with you. Told you, liberal agenda, you're going to end up broke and dead and disgusting. Stop relying on the liberal agenda and liberality and people being too nice to get by. There is an uprising happening. There is an uprising happening, and whites have black fatigue. Christians have demonic fatigue. Conservatives have liberal fatigue, and you don't know which way the world's going to go, and you don't know who your allies are. There's too much of it, and now there's pushback. I feel bad for homosexuals. Why? Because homosexuals now are living in a time where there has been so much homosexuality force-fed that there's going to be pushback, and they're going to be living in a time where there's hatred for homosexuals just like there was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They're going to be living in that time period. But you know what? AIDS happened in the 60s because that was the plague upon the homosexual. And right now, homosexuals are living in a time where there has been so much freedom for homosexuality to now that pedophilia is basically legal. There's going to be a lot of pushback, and they're going to be persecuted by Christians who are fed up. I don't feel bad for black people. Black people deserve every bit of racism that any white person projects, and I feel bad for us because those of us who have been dealing with racism are going to have to deal with racism from white people who are not looking at us as individuals. They're looking at us as black, and everything that every other black person does that though a lot of black men have allowed and have not stepped in and done anything about. And a lot of black women are guilty for being part of the problem instead of the solution. But thank you to the problematic black people. Now all black people are going to suffer white fatigue and be grouped in with the worst of us. But you know what? Look at our behavior. It's inexcusable. It's fucking excusable. I don't want to be around black people. I don't want to be on a plane with ignorant niggers. I don't want to go dining with ignorant niggers. I don't want to go out in the club where people are fighting and all the black women are ugly fighting over men, this, and that. I don't want to be around ignorant niggers either. But you know what? I'm black and I have to suffer that same curse. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a hard time period for the oppressed demographic, because there's an uprising, and you're about to, it's going to be worse for homosexuals, because there's too many fucking black people, and white people are still too afraid of black men. That's why they're throwing their daughters at black men. That's why white men are throwing their daughters at black men. Don't rebel, black men. Don't take over our nation. Here, fuck my daughter. Just don't hold me accountable for going for don't hold me accountable, black man. Here, you can fuck my daughter. Just don't hold me accountable for your pain. That's where that white men are null and void. And you know who's suffering? White men with gonads who legally can't do anything about their masculinity. That's why they stormed the Capitol, and there will be more uprisings, and homosexuals will be the first ones attacked. Because in jail, even pedophilia gets punished by criminals. So the rise of masculinity, they're going to think like criminals. Because the only reason men are in jail is because they had more masculinity than these faggots out here who will let the government get away with anything. I'm not saying some of them don't have mental disorders, but those are some masculine men. And they are the last masculine men left on this planet. Because men who go to war, they had to be trained to be masculine, and they're jarheads. They do what they're told. But those masculine men in jail, they are rebels. They were rebels, most of them with a good cause. Those are masculine men. And if they will punish pedophilia, imagine the men that are free and Christian and are gun owners. Imagine how they will uprise now. They stormed the fucking Capitol. They're not going to put up with pedophilia. They'll put up with niggers fucking their daughter, but they're going to put up with the pedophilia. And you know who's directly related to the pedophilia? The transgender movement. So I feel bad for homosexuals now, because you're going to be treated with the same hatred that you were treated when the world was Christian. And not nearly enough, not enough for men to come back. But there is going to be an uprising of men, and I hope that it happen, and I hope it happens this year, for real, for real. So I say that to say the liberal agenda is not your friend. The liberal agenda and liberal thinking is why you allow people, in the name of family, in the name of this, in the name of that, why you allow demons to come into your life and wreak havoc in your life, like you said. Don't, black people, stop allowing it. It's a slave syndrome to allow demon-possessed people who are worthless, who contribute nothing. Oh, I got to take care of my mom, this, and this, and that. If your mom took care of herself, you wouldn't have to take care of her. Your mothers get sick to keep you in poverty. And you black people are too fucking stupid to realize it. Your mothers do nothing, get lazy, get sick, stay in wheelchairs. They do nothing to make sure you don't ever move on in life. They do nothing and become sick, lazy, wheelchair-bound, worthless slobs. So you as their children will never succeed and will be their personal nurse for free. Can't even get paid as a nurse. You doing this shit for free. The smartest black people, put your parent in a fucking nursing home. Because if they were a real parent, you wouldn't mind. If they were worth a damn, they would be healthy. What 70-year-old can't walk up straight? What the fuck have you been doing with your life? I'm not talking about a man who was on the job and got injured because he was doing what men do. What 70-year-old cannot walk up straight, breathe, eat healthy? We were living to Methuselah. We were living to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. What is wrong with a black person with African genetics that you can't even walk when you're 70? These people have demons, and half of them don't even have demons. They are just playing a role, so all the people around them are bound to them. Leave people in the dust. All these elderly black people in the community, there's nothing wrong with them but a demon. They are acting that way because they want their family to do bad in life. If your parents love you, they're going to stay the fuck out of your hair. They're going to make sure you're healthy. Because the other reason black people are in poverty is sick parents, not sick children, sick parents. You either have children out of wedlock or you got sick parents. Worthless, 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 worthless parents. Worthless. That's why I say you're born into wealth. Most of you born into worthless parents. And all you do is take care of your worthless parent who don't do nothing with their life, don't contribute nothing to society. Don't got an ounce of fucking wisdom. That's why they look ugly and bad. They don't look good because they're not wise enough to. They have no worth, no value, and go around siphoning everyone's energy, go in the church, making people feel bad for their ugly, tore down looking ass. You're at 70, you used to be healthy, spunky, cracking jokes, eating spinach. Why? Demons. They can't make you sick, so they're gonna make you feel bad for them for being sick, and all the while, all you're doing is wasting your life away taking care of a demon who don't want to get up and walk and get up and work and do something with their life. No, 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 no. Your parents should be retired at 70, walking, doing yoga, going to classes, making other friends with old people, teaching young people things, cracking jokes, being part of things, spending time with the young, with the grandchildren, with young kids, making kids have wisdom, because kids feel good when older people are around them. Kids feel safer when they have older people around them. But why can't older people be around kids? Because you acting like your hip is fucking broke and shit. Because you're bitter and demon possessed. No, at 70, you should be up and spunky and alive, living your life, maybe retired. You don't want to be 70. And even if you're 70 bagging groceries, you're doing better than someone 70 in a fucking wheelchair, hoping somebody feels bad for them. Look at these homeless 70-year-olds. They pushing carts, doing this, doing that. Why? Because no one feels bad for them. They're out surviving. But all these worthless black parents with kids and these worthless poor white people, rich white people don't get sick like that. It's only these poor, disgusting, liberal white people, always in wheelchairs and shit, at 55, 65, in fucking wheelchairs, can't breathe, can't do nothing. Why are they like that? Because they got kids to take care of them. Who's keeping them alive? Whose energy are they draining when they are absolutely, utterly fucking worthless and useless and can contribute nothing? Who's keeping them alive? Besides our tax dollars. They're worthless children who ain't got nothing to do but take care of their parent in the name of them being a parent. What the fuck kind of parent could you have possibly been where you're wheelchair bound? Now I'm sorry if you for you know I'm sorry to be harsh. I'm sorry to be harsh, but I see the demons. My dad was up going to the health club every fucking day. He didn't sit around and do nothing, be worthless when he didn't have to work. He looked good, stayed handsome, still pulling bitches, still getting chicks trying to get him to cheat on his wife that he had. He changed his life around through Christ. And I look at y'all and I look at your parents and I understand. You guys don't understand any value. You didn't have parents to teach you high value, confidence, the importance of looking good. You guys got demons. Your parents got demons. And you can't call it out for what the fuck it is. So when you don't hang around people in wheelchairs, you won't end up in a wheelchair. Why you think everyone in a nursing home look the same in a wheelchair with oxygen? Birds of a feather flock together. You want your life to look better? Cut off everyone who's doing bad. And it's gonna be most niggas. That's gonna be most niggas, you know. That's gonna be most people who come from slavery, colonialism. All right. Not including Mexicans, because Mexicans stick together and they have family. Mexicans are just fine. Don't worry about Mexicans. They are just fine. Indians are just fucking fine. They stick together. They have wealth in their family. They own subways. I'm talking about black people from colonialism, not the Asians, not the Native Americans. They are on a reservation gambling, drinking. They're just fucking fine. They're making more money than niggas. Only black slave descendants have these problems. That's the curse. Every other race that's dealt with colonialism is just fine and fucking dandy. Africa's the only place that's still in shambles. All right? So, remove head from ass 2026. Um, Now, don't cast pearls before swine. 3 hours. I don't know if I should just talk about this in the next upload, but I really wanted to warn you guys um about not talking. Something Another thing that high value people, or I mean another high value habit, is to not talk. And what I mean is, no, don't talk to strangers. What do I mean by that? High value habits protect your energy from having conversations with strangers, especially ones who want to trauma dump on you and dump on you. Um, and that looks like you don't have to have a intimate conversation with every time you order a Uber ride. And you as a driver, but it's only the drivers. It's usually drivers who talk. And maybe I say that as a customer who saves my voice for when it's needed, instead of just talking to any stranger who's never met the likes of me and just is so enthralled. I don't talk to people because I realize they've never encountered a bloodborne witch. They've never encountered a beautiful black woman. They've never met a woman with any form of real power who lives in her power. They've never met a goddess. So I don't entertain them any more than they're already being entertained. I make them respect me by setting a boundary. And I've had to learn how to do that. And I want to make sure you guys are doing that too. You don't owe everyone your voice. So every time you get into an Uber ride, or every time you don't have to have a conversation with that person. You're paying them to give you a service. That's why there's a quiet setting on the um on the advanced rides, on the upgraded rides. You can set your heat, your temperature, your music, and your quiet preference. And when you set it to quiet, they're not going to have a conversation with you and act like you have to sit there and listen to them. Because again, most people who are poor, who have these service jobs and these Uber jobs, because they either have a second job, but number one reason is they are criminals and they can't get apply for a regular job because they have criminal records. This is what you guys need to start acknowledging about people doing bad in life. They're doing bad because they're criminals. They have criminal records. They don't qualify. They're uneducated. It's because of the decisions they've made in their life. There's resources for people who just come from bad parents and want to do better. But most of these people, they make bad decisions. And that's why they're poor. And they work these poor jobs. They do a poor job at it most of the time. And you got to realize they're full of demons, so they're going to want to trauma dump because they're poor. Poor people like to talk. Rich people don't talk. Poor people are always talking. They can't speak proper English. They don't have a grasp on English. You know, they're just so low class. And all that talking, it's very low class. Why don't rich people talk? Because they have things of value and it has to be concealed. So rich people you don't need to know their business. Drug dealers don't tell you all of their business. Only poor people sit around and ask other people all their business, and only another poor person is going to sit there and tell another poor person, yeah, I do this for a living. I live over here. I date this person. You don't tell people anything about yourself. And if they want to talk, let them talk, listen. And if they ask you a question, just ask it back to them. Just tell them, I don't really reveal or I don't really talk about that, or yeah, I don't, talking about money isn't really something that I do. What do you do? Ask it back to them. Since they live in a low, poor class environment, they shouldn't have a problem giving all the way their information, but you let them know, I don't have conversations like that, least of all with strangers. Set a boundary. And talking in general, that it should be preserved for intimacy, you know? So when you're high value, and like I said, with the talking about the texting and everything, when there's money involved and stuff, respecting someone's personal space, that's a sign of respect. And energy vampires will never respect your personal space. So a person who's an energy vampire, not only are they going to be a stranger who strikes up conversation with you, there's only a few appropriate times where it's appropriate, and this is high value habits. Not poor value habits where you just want to talk to everyone and get to know everyone, because poor people, why are they always talking to people? Because they're always looking for an opportunity for someone to give them money. Poor people are always talking to strangers because that's their way of begging. Poor people are always talking to strangers, befriending strangers, trying to talk because they are looking at it like, one day I'm going to win the lottery. One day I'm going to meet a rich stranger who likes me and will do this and that for me and buy me this and donate that and give me this and give me that. They're hoping that they meet a rich person that likes them. And poor people think talking makes them likable. They think if I talk enough, I'm going to be liked. And maybe this person who I talk to might have an opportunity for me. They're paying me to do something, so they must have more money than me. So if I just talk to them, I'll be able to get more money from them. You guys got to understand, this is how poor people think. And this is why they're always fucking talking to strangers. High value people and rich people don't talk to strangers. Only poor people do. Why? Because they're begging for money. They're begging for attention. Why? They don't get attention in their daily life. Why? Because they're not attractive. High value people who are highly physically attractive get constant attention. That's another reason why we don't talk to strangers. Ugly people are always talking. Poor people are always talking. Low value people who have nothing to offer, they talk a lot. If you got something a lot to offer, if you have high value, you're not talking. You're protecting your peace and keeping it from poor people who want to steal your money or your joy. Misery loves company. That's why people talk to strangers. So don't talk to strangers at all. Don't talk to strangers unless you're getting paid to. The only time you should be talking to strangers regularly is if you're a cashier, if you're a customer service person, if at your job, when you're getting paid to talk to strangers, or when you are approaching a stranger that you are romantically interested in. If you're at a networking event or you're in an event that's about networking, that goes without saying. But the other way it's appropriate to talk to a stranger is when you are helping somebody. Hey, hey, your fly is unzipped, or you got something in your hair, you know, to that effect. When you're helping someone who's obviously a tourist or a foreigner understand how to get around in your city. The only exception is when you're helping someone. And if you go through my uploads, you should have discernment as to when to help someone and when to mind your fucking business. Stop helping demons. How do you know they're a demon? They're probably asking for your help and in your face instead of you seeing they need help and going over to help them. Okay? So use discernment, but those are the only times where it's acceptable to really talk to a stranger. When you're getting paid to, when you're helping someone, or when you are romantically interested in someone who you don't already know. That's the only times. When you're high, if you're high value, you don't talk, you have nothing to talk about aside from those things. If it's not about money, making money, getting becoming married, potentially finding a spouse, or doing good or making somebody's life better, there's no reason to talk to a stranger. That's what you have real friends for. So again, misery loves company. Why am I saying this about strangers? Because this is the precursor to why I'm warning people, and this is something women do. You're never going to meet a man who's straight tell you he does tarot readings. Only a homosexual man is going to tell you that he does tarot cards or reads tarot cards or is going to offer to read your tarot cards. This is something that women do. And this is something that a lot of women who are not happy with their, or not physically attractive in the way they should, but have an ego about themselves. They have confidence about themselves even though they are not high value physically. A lot of women have this ego and they have a form of control. And a lot of women will use tarot as a way to make friends and out of control. Um, like I said, there's no reason to talk to strangers. There's no reason to get to know people. Yeah, you want to make friends and stuff, but under a controlled circumstance where everyone's there with the same intention to make friends, to be, which is an event, you know. Um, Women who don't have friends, and sometimes they don't have friends because they're overweight, because they're weird, because they have these sociopathic habits and stuff. um they love offering tarot readings, and it's a form of spiritual control. Some women, they don't have friends because they're demon possessed, and they need to control things. And this is why I talk about women who have big stomachs. It's not just, oh, like overweight or whatever. A lot of women, they have big stomachs. It's showing you their greed, their selfishness, and showing you their ego. And a lot of women stay big as a form of control. They like to be in control, and they feel more in control. They feel more powerful when they feel that they weigh more than other women. And a lot of women gaining weight, that's their way to feel more. That's their way of controlling other women's femininity. That's their way of feeling somehow stronger than women who can easily attract a man because she's skinny, she's dainty, she's feminine. And she's okay with being feminine. She's okay with wearing makeup, putting on heels, wearing a dress, being quiet, being kind and polite. There's a lot of women that are, that need to dominate. They need to dominate, and they can't attract the men that they like because they have this ego needing to dominate. That's why a lot of women are overweight, and in particular they have a big stomach, because having a big stomach, that shows the eating part. When you're just kind of overall overweight or big bone, that shows that that's your bone structure. Some people have a bigger bone structure and they can carry more weight. That's the thing of being big boned or having and their proportion. But when a woman, she just got a big stomach, you're looking at that form of greed. You're looking at ego. You're looking at her ego. And a lot of women, they stay big to feel more powerful than dainty, cute women who get the men that they wish they could attract, but they're not physically, or they're not humble women. They're not humble. So why do women have big stomachs and keep and big back and big shoulders and stuff, but they mostly have they have a big stomach that makes them overweight? It's their ego. These women are not humble. What am I saying? I'm saying to say, stop, be careful of these demon possessed women who are not physically beautiful, who have nice personalities, but because of their need to dominate men, because of their need to dominate things, and because of their undercover jealousy, because of their undercover envy of women, and a lot of it's undercover homosexuality. A lot of these women, they admire dainty women, but they don't feel comfortable being dainty themselves. They don't feel comfortable submitting to a man. So they keep a big stomach. And these are the type of women who love doing tarot. These women, and it's not, like I said, it's not just, oh, she's overweight or she's fat. Like, oh, fat women have great personalities because they're trying to compensate. No, I'm talking about particularly that gluttony stomach, the gluttony, that big stomach. Not just women who are bigger boned or naturally thick. That stomach is that ego. That stomach is that inability to submit to a man. And that is where a lot of witchcraft comes in, with human women who are not really actually gifted, but they want to get into witchcraft because they don't want to submit to a man. They want to have the power that a beautiful woman has, but they are not really beautiful, it's not because they're ugly. It's because they have penis envy. They don't want to submit to a man, and they don't want to fall into the margins of being feminine so they can get the type of men that they really like. They want masculine men, but they don't want to be feminine women. And that's where Jezebel enters. And even that Lilith spirit of, I want to dominate a man. Women who want to dominate men, they want to dominate beautiful women too. Because their way of dominating beautiful women, that's still their way of controlling men. Men love beautiful women. So if they can dominate the beautiful women and manipulate beautiful women into seeing them as a fortune teller, seeing them as a spiritual advisor, seeing them as an authority figure, then now they're controlling men, because they're controlling how beautiful women think. And if they can get beautiful women to hate men, like a lesbian. So this goes back to not listening to women who are not as beautiful as you. Not listening to people who you don't want to look like and live like. Because like I said, a lot of these big stomach, obese, tarot reading women who don't have friends, they that's that succubus energy of, I'm going to control men by controlling the women that they want. So I can't get a man, but I can manipulate beautiful women into doing my bidding by doing tarot readings, telling them their fortune, manipulating them out of healthy marriages, manipulating them out of good relationships with good men, giving them advice and readings and guidance that starts to make them think like me, like a Jezebel spirited woman who hates family, who wants to dominate men, who is jealous of a man's authority. So now when the beautiful women start thinking like lesbians and start looking to women for authority, protection, and provision instead of masculine men, they stop being feminine. I don't know how else to say this, and I hope you guys are following me. Be careful of these women, because I said the only reason a guy will ever offer a tarot reading if he's gay and he's possessed by Jezebel. Careful of these women offering tarot readings, announcing that they do tarot readings. This is not what spiritual people do. I've warned you guys about making a business out of doing tarot and stuff. That's all that destiny swapping, all this fortune telling. It's all demonic on both ends. You're. So listen to me. Listen here. What type? Like I said, um, a lot of strangers are not worthy of your wisdom, your power, your gifts, your experience. And talking to strangers, a lot of times you're going to teach them and they don't have the ability to teach you. They're just taking wisdom from you. They're not offering you anything. So like I said, when you get in the car and ride with someone and you're paying them for a ride, don't have a conversation with them. You're paying them to get you somewhere safely. They're not paying you to teach them how to be a better adult. So don't do it for free. And that goes with talking to any strangers who who don't have anything to offer you. So what am I trying to say? When you have earned wisdom, you keep it quiet, you keep it silent. So when a woman is really gifted and has the ability to read your mind, not your future, that's demonic. We don't do fortune telling and stuff. Jameen T. Yehuda, Yadua. I hate Uber rides. Sometimes. Why is that? Jameen. But why is a woman offering herself up to be used as a tool by someone? Because she's trying to destiny swap with you. She's trying to get your energy. You don't, like I said, when these women, especially these women who are not beautiful, sexy women who can get anything they want just because of their beauty, they go around offering tarot because they have ego problems. They have narcissism. They have control issues. They have them sociopathic issues, and they can't make friends. It's their way of making friends while still controlling the women that they seek to be friends with. And a lot of times, one thing you can detect with these weird tarot reading women who want to read your tarot and want to be your friend and letting you know they do cards and stuff, pay attention to how women who are average or they got these big stomachs, they're not no beauty queens, they're not putting into their looks and stuff, are they always complimenting you? And this doesn't just go for average women. It could be women who are cute and are attractive, but they're not really confident. Meaning they're attractive, but they're not sexy. They don't know they're cute enough, they're good looking enough, but they're really not fully confident enough to really wield their sexiness. And they see that you are. And this will happen a lot of times too when you get a woman who is white that finds a black woman to be more beautiful than her. She's not ugly. You know, like these liberal white women, they're ugly, so they praise, oh, your hair, oh my God, your skin. So, you know, those are demons, obviously. I'm talking about these women who look good enough to be confident, but they're not really confident. And they see a black woman who's confident, who's powerful, who's living in her self-worth and femininity. You get that a lot with white women who have been taught that they're more beautiful than black women, and then they see a black woman who they know is more beautiful than her, more confident than her. They have these weird ways of complimenting you. Or that, you know, this will happen with light-skinned women who again think that they're better, and they are confronted with a woman that they admire that is dark or more so has kinky hair. It's less about the skin tone than it is about your hair texture and your confidence with hair texture. Excuse me. Um, this can happen, you know, like I said, a lot of women have trouble really complimenting other women. If they think too highly of themselves and they're confronted with a woman who is really what they are trying to be or what they think they are. Um watch out for these ulterior motive compliments. Gaddafi says, what do you think of numerology or astrology? It's not the same as tarot. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's all fortune telling. Numerology, astrology it's not the same as tarot. Yeah, technically it is. Tarot is if you want to say tarot is based off the laws of Mayat, that's cute, but you don't need a deck and to do a reading. You can just go off the laws of Mayat. You don't need tools and items. Anytime someone offers you a tarot reading, it's no different than someone asking you, what's your birthday? What's your zodiac sign? That's their way of wanting to get to know you. Not only is it fucking childish, but it is trying to exert authority over them by saying, I will already know what I need to know about you. Just tell me this one thing. Only tarot cards do that. Only fortune tellers do stuff like that. The only time someone wants to know these things about you is fortune telling. And this is what I'm trying to get at. Thank you, Gaddafi, for helping me get to the point of what I'm trying to get at. When one thing that fortune tellers do, or these women who want access to your power, but they have an ego about them. They know that you're more powerful than them, but they're a little threatened by your power, so they're trying to act nice about it. They're trying to compliment you. They're trying to be your friend. They're trying to offer you the reading and stuff like this. I'm trying to get beautiful women and witches to understand how these average women and these egocentric women operate, because you don't announce your spirituality and your spiritual beliefs. Tarot is not about your spiritual beliefs. It's really about having control over someone, or, you know, it's about having a spiritual authority over someone. So it's numerology and astrology. It's all about wielding a spiritual authority over someone who knows less about themselves until you tell them what you know. Oh, I know from the cards. I know this about you because of astrology. You should fucking know that about yourself. And and my point is, how can I say this? You will know When someone sees a spiritual value in you that they're trying to access, when they see that you have a high value and they're trying to access it from a lower place, all right? Not from a place of I'm equal to you and it takes one to know one and I know how to access you because I have the keys to the same wealth that you have. So I know how to unlock your wealth because I already have the keys to that wealth. You see, when someone's trying to access you from a place of lack, they don't have the keys to your wealth, to your wisdom, to your beauty, to your relationship with God, which is where all of those things come from. They don't have access to it. They see that you do. So their way of trying to access it is through tarot, through astrology, but it is also through these questions. Where do you work? What do you do for work? It's going to be mostly where do you work? Where do you live? What do you do for a living? Which is what do you do for work? And again, asking you your birthday or how much you make. And someone may not, a stranger may not come up to you and ask you how much you make, but they may in conversation, if they ask you what you do and like me you tell them, hey, I make soap, they may ask you, how much do you make selling that? They, if they ask you how much you charge, that is showing their interest in buying it potentially. It, but again, just in general, asking about work or is asking about money. But if they're asking, oh, how much do you make doing that? Or, you know, they're trying to figure out your value or they're trying to access your value. That's why I'm telling, that's why with this, it's so important that if you do spiritual work and have a spiritual business, you should not be promoting it. You should let people come to you. You should be promoting your relationship with Christ and let people come to you. Don't promote doing readings or don't promote yourself as a tool that someone can use. All right? Let people come to you when they need help. Let people pay you because that is their way of accessing what you have to offer, which is really priceless. But they don't have anything to offer. They need you. So that's why they're paying you. If they had something to offer you your life, they would become your friend. So especially if you, when someone already works with you and they still ask you what do you do for a living, even though you guys work in the same place, that is the number one way to let you know that someone is trying to access your blessings as a demon. Because no one you work with should be asking you what you do. They should just assume and be happy with the fact that they're your coworker instead of trying to access your life. Because if they cared about your life and what you do, they would say, hey, do you want to hang out this Saturday? Hey, I'm going to the movies. Do you want to come with? That's the only way someone should get access to you, by inviting you out to do an intimate activity that will make you both vulnerable to get to know each other. Make you both vulnerable to get to know each other. Not them trying to take something from you. What is taking something from you? Taking information from you without sharing. But and again, ladies, here's an example of this too. Not just with women trying to take something from you by offering you friendship or by where did I write all this down? Oh my god, it's all, I got so much this on this other side. I actually got to go into the light. I have so many notes. Ladies, when a man approaches you romantically, he should never under any circumstances ask for your number. A man should never ask a single woman for her number. If a man approaches you and he is man enough to have a woman in his life that he can protect and provide for, he's going to give you his number and wait for you to call. He's never going to try and take something from you. Anytime a man is asking for your number, he's trying to take something from you. Why is he asking for your number? Because he feels for whatever reason you have no self-worth. This is something that men on the, if you're on public transportation, if a man approaches you on public transportation, he's broke and he's probably going to ask you for your number, versus a man who approaches you and gives you his number and makes himself vulnerable and knows that you're the prize and hopes that you contact him and makes himself vulnerable. He's never going to ask you for your number. You know, he's not going to ask you where you live. Now, some men will, you know, I can understand when you're dating and you want to figure out where someone lives and whatever to kind of figure out where they're at. But again, when you're a high value, no one needs to know where you live, what you do, or how much you make. They certainly don't need to know your birthday. Not only is your birthday trying to access people who use demons to get information through astrology, through tarot and numerology, but it is also letting any fucking scam artist have free reign with your information. Scam artists, meaning they know the art of scamming. They know the intricacies of that craft. They don't need much information, more than a birthday. Stop giving people information, not to just physically scam you and steal your identity, but to spiritually attack you. Now, back to the type of women that do tarot, that like to offer tarot, and that like to announce that they do tarot. When people see your value, they ask certain questions. You need to learn to set boundaries with them and let people know that it's not their business, and let your clients find you instead of doing public promotions. Because when you promote, I do tarot and this and that, and I'll do free tarot and this and that, you're inviting people to use you. But it's, again, when people see that you're valuable, it's a way for people with actually low value to try and access your wealth, your gifts, your beauty, your influence. So I said, avoid public advertisers, people who publicly announce, I do tarot readings, I do crystal, I do numerology, I do astrology, I blah, blah, blah. You know, a witch don't go around, you know, don't take, do as I say, not as I do. A witch is not going to go around announcing that she's a witch, announcing this, announcing that. You know, it's great to be part of the witch community where we can be open about our practices, but we know the number one thing about the craft is secrecy, not announcing. Secrecy. So when a high value habit is keeping your spiritual practices and your beliefs secret, keeping them secret. So my note says here, overweight, big stomach women, often single, but claiming to have a boyfriend when it's just a lover of sorts or an incubus. So remember, a lot of these women, they got the big stomach, they're announcing they do tarot, they're confident, but they're not sexy. And a lot of times they'll claim to have a boyfriend, but a lot of times they're not married. They may not even be in a real committed relationship. Because if they were, they wouldn't be trying to siphon other women's energy. They probably just have some incubus dude that uses them for sex. They got the Jezebel. Now they're around doing spiritual tarot readings for other women, trying to access other women's blessings because they're sleeping with an incubus. So again, very rarely do it. Very rarely, you know. I want to say, like, you got a lot of married women that are worthless. You got a lot of married women that are wise. Again, I say tarot reading, it's all fortune telling. It's not good. It's all demonic. And women who do it are working with demons. These overly friendly compliments on your looks, and especially if she's not beautiful, if she's no beauty queen, she doesn't wear makeup, if she's average, she doesn't look, you know, and she talks down, not talk down about herself, but if she's not a glamorous woman, either naturally or pours into her beauty, and she's giving you all these compliments, and she's average but not confident, she's got a great personality, but she's got a great personality, but that there's something lacking in her femininity. And if she compliments you every time she sees you, if every time she sees you, every time you go to work or every time you're in the neighborhood or at that store or whatever, and she sees you and she's always complimenting you, it's okay if you're always looking good. But remember, I want to. This is what I want to say. This is the picture that I'm trying to paint, and I really had to take this last hour to talk about this. And these notes are really small, but I want you guys to know this. Open envy neutralizes jealousy. You said you have another question. Excuse me for interrupting. You had mentioned targeting, like government targeting. You think that exists, meaning what's your perspective on that? I'll get to that. But like I said, if you are a child of any person who was in the military, if you're related to anyone in the military, but particularly if you are the offspring of someone in the military, meaning you have their genetics. People in the military, super soldiers is a real thing. They were trained, they were injected with stuff. A lot of people in any form of military are trained in ways, including supernatural ways or scientific ways that make you superhuman, so to speak. So you genetically may have these gifts, or you just may have the wisdom and the teachings from your parents. So if you are a military child, you're being watched and you're being targeted. If you are someone like me who's spiritually gifted and highly intelligent and also black and can fight for your people, you are targeted. You are being watched, you're being targeted, because the more black people that listen to me, more so the more black people that see black women as beautiful and intelligent as me, that's going to change the perspective, and that's going to put a dent in a lot of control that white supremacy has on a satanic level. So another way that you can be a targeted individual is if another reason the government knows about you to be gifted, or if you have been part of, sometimes you could be part of a cult and you break away from a cult that you were born into or raised into, and you break away. They're probably watching you, making sure you don't reveal the occult science and secrets that secret societies use to keep things running. So again, that's all there is to say about it. Like I said, if you have associations with the government, you could be a targeted individual. I mean, you could be watched, you could be being under surveillance. But if you have an ability to wake people up from the sleep, another example is, people talk about Dr. Sebi a lot. I personally don't agree and think that everything that Dr. Sebi talked about or taught, or that people under his or that his students or followers who practice, I don't necessarily think all of that is necessarily accurate. But I think Dr. Sebi is a great example of what can happen when you're targeted. Kevin Trudeau, who he has a book out that people can buy. So there's that. You can easily become a millionaire off of having a book, or maybe. But Kevin Trudeau is another example where he came up with the book, teaching people about government schemes and statutes of limitations and things. If you have worked in an environment where you know secrets and you can free people, you can give people financial freedom, spiritual freedom, and you can help take people who are marginalized and give them information that gives them access to wealth, spiritual, physical, mental, emotional wealth. You're going to be targeted. So it's not just about the government knowing who you are. It's like, are you actually powerful enough to make a difference in society or not? So like I said, a lot of black women are not beautiful enough to make a difference. It doesn't matter what they're saying. Their beauty still makes white women look good. I'm different in that way. So you got to understand, that's why people with actual talent and actual power do not become celebrities. And in case you guys haven't noticed, people who actually look good don't become celebrities. You take celebrities. Look at these actors, and they're famous because they're actors, they're celebrities, they're musicians, but these are not the most attractive people in the world. It's very rare, actually, for a celebrity to really, really be attractive. They're not really attractive because they're not celebrities because they're attractive. You guys know people in your real life who look better than a lot of these celebrities. They're not they're not all celebrities because they're supermodels. The supermodels are, but most of these, like I've been watching Breaking Bad and everything, and it's just like at the end of the day, like, yeah, Jesse on Breaking Bad, he's attractive for a drug addict. He's making being a meth head look sexier than it will ever look. But Walter, he's not a sexy man. He looks like an average guy. He has an interesting look, but he's not attractive. That's Walter is the type of guy most women, when you sign up for acting role, you're gonna get a husband looking like Walter. You're not gonna get a husband, you're not gonna get a kissing role with Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt. You're gonna get one of these ugly fat guys who plays a regular man. That's how most actors look. They're not models. So um what am I trying to say? You a lot of the main problem with the black community is sexy black women are never given a platform. Only ugly fat black women are. And that's part of the agenda, and that's something that my brand targets, and that's a subject my brand tackles. The lack of representation of sexy black women who with African features, not ones who look white and are said, "Oh, you're mixed or mulatto." Actually, black women who look like me, who speak like me, who carry their body like me. Um, and it doesn't just have to be like me. There's a lot of sexy black women who have a different complexion, different hair length, different hair texture, even a different shape, but are still sexy, beautiful, in shape women who have facial features that are universally beautiful, not just in West Africa. So, you know what I mean? So, open envy neutralizes jealousy. Back to that. So, what am I trying to say about these big stomach women who like to announce tarot reading and everything? Open envy neutralizes jealousy. So this is like I said, this is advanced for energy vampirism. But what do I mean by that? Pay attention to these subtle signs of envy vampirism. Admiration, kindness, and respect. Admiration, open admiration. Like I said, you see a woman, she's not, you know, she's complimenting you, but she's not herself beautiful. Because when a woman compliments me, I always say it takes one to know one, because it does. Most of the women who compliment me, who stop and tell me, "Wow, you're gorgeous. I love your makeup. That looks amazing." They are also beautiful women. They also have eyeliner on that took skills to do. They also look beautiful, or they are well put together, or they have a beautiful, kind spirit where I can tell from how they look that they have lived a life of being kind to others, because they look young and beautiful, even if they're not full of makeup. That mostly the women who compliment me are beautiful women. And this is why I say not beware of a woman who compliments you who's not also beautiful, but this is what I'm trying to say. Open envy neutralizes jealousy. So these are ways that people show you open envy to neutralize their feeling of jealousy toward you, or to hide it, or to mask it, or to instead of trying to fight you because they're jealous of you, which is what a black woman's going to do. So again, this is going to be mostly white women behavior, because don't black women don't have open envy to neutralize jealousy. They are just going to want to fight you for being more beautiful than them. That is how black women behave. That's how African women are. They want to fight you if you're more beautiful than them. That is how West African women act. Now, open envy neutralizes jealousy. So admiration, that constantly complimenting you, the spiritual energy vampirism is objectification. So when someone who is not themselves beautiful is complimenting you on your beauty, they're actually, it comes off as admiration, like, wow, I'm really admiring you. I can't achieve that. I don't get to see that. You're really bringing something to me that I can't produce in my own life because I'm not as beautiful as you. But what it is they're objectifying you. They're turning you into an object by constantly admiring you instead of treating you like a human being with feelings and asking you how was your day. Every conversation shouldn't be about them worshiping your beauty. It should show that they have empathy, that you're a human being who has feelings, and they should be asking you how your day was. Not, wow, you're so beautiful. Every day, no. Once, maybe you come in with another purse, another dress, a new pair of earrings, and they compliment that, cool. But every day, they shouldn't be reminding you that they know how beautiful you are. That's performance. That's theatrical. That's objectifying you and turning you into a performer. You're not a performer. Your beauty is not for them. All right? So open envy neutralizes jealousy. This is how people zap energy from you without obviously showing that they're demon possessed. Admiration is objectification. Kindness is actually an invasion of privacy and personal space. So this is open envy neutralizes jealousy. Kindness is actually an invasion of privacy and personal space. What does kindness look like? Hey, I do tarot. I can do your tarot reading. That's an invasion of privacy and personal space. That person doesn't need to know intimate things about you to help you in life. Hey, can I do this for you? Can I do that for you? You know what I'm saying? Kindness in forms of conversations, striking up conversations, acting like they're trying to get to know you, acting like they're trying to include you, but really asking questions about what you do for a living, what you do in your private life. These are things that only your best friends should know, or only other people who are helping you make money should have access to know how much you make. No one should know how much you make or all these little personal things. So a lot of times another thing, kindness, doing things for you. Oh, let me get that for you. Let me help you with that. It's an invasion of personal space and invasion of privacy. You don't need help with everything. If you need help at work or help to do something, fine. But a lot of times helping you is a way of getting in your personal space and interfering with your flow of energy. So remember, when open envy is there to neutralize, what's open envy? Let me compliment you. Let me be kind to you. And here's the last one. Let me show you a lot of respect. What does this look like? And I was talking about women in particular because men don't do tarot readings unless they're homosexual. All right? Unless they're possessed by a female demon, men don't do tarot readings unless they're possessed by some female demon. Men don't do tarot readings. Men don't do numerology. Men don't, oh, what's your sign? This, and that. The only reason men ask a woman what her sign is to make sure she's not a Pisces so he could date her. Men don't care what your sign is. They care how good you make them look in public and how easy you are to fuck. All right? Only women who want to control you and take your blessings and be a part of your blessings without having the key want to know when you were born, what your sign is. But respect is a form of humiliation. Admiration is objectification. Kindness is an invasion of privacy and personal space. And respect, and I'm not, and respect might be may not be the best word, but I want to give an example of how open respect is a form of open envy, and it's a form of humiliation. When someone is trying to give you respect, like treat you like you're older than them, or trying to show you respect in a way where like I want you to feel like you're older than me. It's one thing if you got a head full of gray hair and that person is a teenager. Then it's obvious you're older than them. But people in their 20s, 30s, should not be treating someone, you shouldn't be, you can respect people who are your elders and your family and stuff, but you should not be trying to make someone feel older than you. A person should earn respect. It's okay to respect someone who's in a higher position than you. It's okay to respect someone who genuinely is obviously older than you. But a lot of things women will do, and it's not always younger women. You don't necessarily always know someone's age unless you keep asking them what their zodiac sign is. A lot of women will act younger or innocent, or like you have more wisdom than them, or like I'm going to show you a hands, because when someone makes you feel like you're older than them by giving you respect, they're manipulating you into taking responsibility for them, like a parent. So respect, when it deals with energy vampirism, when it's a form of open envy that neutralizes jealousy, when someone is giving you respect and treating you like you're older than them, when you don't obviously have a head full of gray hair, or you're not in a position of authority to where you're the elder in that particular situation, they're really manipulating you to take responsibility for them. And when you feel the need to take responsibility for someone, meaning take them under your wing and teach them, wow, they're respecting me so much. They must have respect. They must see that I'm older. They must be able to recognize I'm wiser than them. They automatically gave me respect. They're automatically treating me like sir or ma'am. I'm going to now be manipulated into treating them like a child, or treating them like a younger sibling, or treating them like someone younger who I have to take responsibility for. I have to teach. They respect my wisdom. Therefore, I now feel obligated to share my wisdom with them. Subtle, one of the most subtle forms of energy vampirism. And again, it's reverse hag. It's the reverse hag. It's something that younger women will use to manipulate older women to taking responsibility for them and sharing wisdom that younger woman does not deserve. She's not accessing you as someone who, if she respects you and everything, great. But if she really cares about you, she's not going to make you feel like you're obligated to impart wisdom and share and be this authority figure. She's going to say, hey, I'm hanging out with some friends at this karaoke bar tomorrow night. Would you like to come? I'd really love to have you. I'd really love to share the stage with you. If she wants to be in your life, and if she really admires and is really kind and really has respect for you as a person, she's going to do that. She's going to invite you into her social circle, and she's going to be proud to introduce her friends to this awesome, beautiful woman. But when there's an energy vampire, you will never get invited out. They will offer to do a tarot reading for you, offer this, they'll invade your personal space, or they will treat you hands off, like, wow, like, you're so powerful, you owe me something. You're so powerful, I need to treat you with hands off, meaning I want you to work for my attention because you're older. You're in a different realm. We're too young. I'm immature. So I'm going to exclude you unless you go out of your way to prove to me that, I don't know if you guys are advanced enough to really get this last part, but this is a warning about high value behavior and why when you have high value habits, you are not going to let anyone have access to you through any form of fortune telling, numerology, tarot, astrology. You're not going to let people access you in any way other than them inviting you to an intimate setting where you are both vulnerable. That's going to a movie, going out, hanging out, going to a club, going anywhere outside of that workplace, anywhere outside of the neighborhood, going somewhere else and getting to know that person, or inviting you over to their place. you know if you're dating someone, whatever, you may not want to necessarily, you may not want to get that intimate with someone alone. But when it comes to forming new friendships and forming new bonds with people and having high value habits, Require people to show you that they care about you as a person, not just what you can do for them, what energy they can take from you, how you can make them feel, the beauty that you're bringing to their life, even though they don't make you look good in public. They don't make you look like a high value person in public because they're not physically sexy. They're not physically fit. They're not financially stable. They're not wise. They don't have anything to offer you. And I hope you guys understand why I'm warning you. Stay away from women, especially women who have this certain look to them. Because that happens a lot in the tarot. You're getting women whose physicality is showing you she's got some ego about her that is blocking genuine friendship. She's got some ego, some issue, and a lot of times these women have issues with submitting to men. That's where that big fucking stomach comes from. Demons, ego, sugar cravings that demons love, feeding that demon, talking to that demon, feeding that demon all the time instead of working out, going to the gym, watching what you eat, fasting, being feminine, making sure your body is in a way where a man can pick you up and twirl you around in a dance where you can wear high heels. You know, being feminine, being dainty. That's something that a lot of these women who announce that they do readings and stuff like that, a lot of them are, and that's that liberal agenda. A lot of them are looking to control women who have a feminine destiny, who have a natural ability to relate to masculine men, as a feminine woman. That this is who a lot of these tarot readers target. They target feminine women who are not in control of their beauty and femininity, so they can manipulate you into being a man-hating, Jezebel, Lilith-thinking woman and swap your destiny when you deserve a husband who will protect and provide for you. Not a bunch of evil, obese women with penis envy who are demon-possessed and can't control their sugar cravings or whatever cravings they have. This one might have been a little too advanced, but I feel like I need to mention it because it was on the notes. Like I said, think about this. What type of woman invites herself to be used as a tool? Goes around announcing, hey, I do inviting yourself to be used as a tool. Someone who's desperate for friends, someone who's needs to control, someone who gets off on controlling other people. The way a serial killer gets off on taking someone's life, tarot readers get off on controlling the narrative. It's destiny swapping. These private, it's almost like with religion. Why you people don't mix like religion and politics, or talk about like politics over the dinner table and stuff, because certain things you keep private, certain things you don't mix, certain things are impolite, uncivilized to discuss in certain settings. When someone's trying to get intimate with you, they're not going to discuss political, business stuff, religious stuff. When they're trying to really get intimate with you, they're not going to discuss the things, like I said, where you separate business and pleasure. So when someone is trying to get intimate with you, trying to get keys to intimacy with you through acting like a business person, that's a form of demonic possession. Be careful of letting someone plug into you under the guise of spirituality, under the guise of, wow, I respect you so much. My relationship with you is I have so much respect for you, but at the end, but really it's, I want you to feel older than me. I want you to feel that I'm younger than you and that I have my whole, I don't, I may have to go into this again with how respect is really a form of humiliation. This is dealing with energy vampirism. Advanced. Someone giving you respect, automatically trying to make you feel like you are older than them somehow, when you're really not. What they're doing is they're threatened by your femininity, and they want you to take yourself out of their they want to separate themselves from your femininity by saying, well, you're older than me, you have more experience than me, so there's no way you should compete with me. No, they're threatened. They're afraid if their man sees you that he's going to like you better than them. So she wants to manipulate you into thinking that you should behave like you're older than her, and like, you got to treat her like a daughter. No, any bitch could be a threat. Any bitch could be a threat. Don't let a woman use her age to manipulate you. All right? Older men like younger women, and younger men love older women. So do not let a woman show you respect in a way that is trying to humiliate you based on your wisdom and experience. She's trying to humiliate you for having more wisdom than her. I hope you guys get this. A lot of men aren't going to get this because women can manipulate men easily, you know. But that's like I said, watch out for these type of women. Too many compliments, offering tarot readings, offering you respect when she don't even know your age. She just knows that you're wiser than her, you're more experienced than her, you're blacker than her. And so she wants you to feel guilty about it. She wants you to feel responsible for being better than her. By under again, open envy neutralizes jealousy. So, oh, it's not jealousy. I'm respecting you for being more experienced than me. No. She's trying to manipulate you into not seeing her for what she is, which is a threat and a demon. Trying to take your energy by trying to take something from you. Careful of this, you guys. Open envy neutralizes jealousy. Admiration is objectification. Kindness is invasion of personal space and privacy. Respect is a humiliation ritual. I hope you guys are clocking this. When people see your value and they want to know all these things about you to access your value, they're trying to control your value. They're trying to control how valuable you see yourself when they see you have value that they don't have. It takes one to know one. Only time a compliment is genuine when it is coming from someone who has the same wealth as you. Otherwise, it's envy. It's open envy, trying to neutralize the jealousy. Because if it's a black woman, she just gonna try and fight you. All right? I've said a lot. I hope I've gotten into everything. I really didn't. I did want to talk about one thing that you're going to see a lot in, like I said, in the black community. And you're going to see when people, you know, when people are not really, really wealthy. If you guys, if you guys saw that black pastor who's, whose wife, who they went to some fundraiser or something, and his wife had on a see-through dress, and they got a lot of backlash about the dress being see-through. And a lot of, like, the post that I saw, most people were encouraging it, which is despicable. But this is what I'm trying to say: when people are trying to influence you to want wealth, when people are trying to influence you that they have a certain wealth when they're coming from lack. um like I said, black pastors, they're always acting like rich millionaires and stuff, and some of them are, but there's no real morality there. There's no real wealth. There's no real power. Definitely not spiritual power. That's why I said when I'll get back to talking about presidents, that was 3 hours ago. What president of any country, any nation, would have his wife at a public at a public function that is being recorded and televised with a see-through dress on? What president, male president, who's married, Have you ever seen have his wife with a see-through dress on? The way this nigger with a little bit of money and a congregation had, parading his wife like a whore, and the church agreeing, well, not everyone agreeing with it, but the comment section online agreeing with it, because he got backlash from people who are actually Christian. This is what I'm saying, where people want to influence other people to want what they have, to want wealth, when they don't even really, they're not wealthy, they're not coming from wealth, and they're not behaving, they're not having high value habits. No, there's no president that has his wife at a public function in a see-through dress. Only time is see-through is when she's in the bed with him. She's representing the nation at all times. So why does this Negro pastor have his wife up there like the whore of Babylon? And again, there's a happy balance. You can be beautiful, you can be sexy, and you can be modest without showing the skin, but you can still show I look good and I'm of God and I'm showing how I look good without disrespecting not only your marriage but your entire congregation and your God that you're serving as a career pastor. So this is what I'm saying, when there's a difference between there's a humongous difference between how black people behave when they want to influence you to believe that they have some class or wealth, and how really rich white people actually behave. I think Trump, I don't know if there was some picture that came out of Ivanka in lingerie or something like that. Wasn't Trump's got to be the only president who comes anywhere close to anyone seeing his wife anywhere near naked. Only one. I'm not just talking about the presidents of the United States. Look through all these presidents. Look at all the kings in the past. All the monarchs in the past. Show me one that has his wife looking like a whore. Not even African tribes where nudity is acceptable does the queen or the wife look like a whore. She might be the only one with some clothes on to demonstrate her status. So I say this to say, real high value habits look very different than people with low class who got a little bit of money or a little bit of attention from the TV. People with real high value habits behave very differently. What white president, what white man in general got his wife in public looking like a whore for sale? What rich white woman is online teaching poor women how to get a man? What rich white woman who's actually married to a rich, wealthy man is talking about sprinkle, sprinkle, and taking donations from other poor women who can't get a man? That's not what rich white women with husbands who can afford a lot do. They're actually playing tennis. Shira 7 goes to the tennis court and takes pictures, and her body does not look like she plays tennis. Neither does her face. Real rich white women are too busy actually playing tennis and staying skinny to be teaching poor women who can't get a man to how to get an ugly one with money. You guys got to understand. Stop being influenced by people who don't have the keys themselves. High value habits look very different than low value habits. That man has no value for his wife except making him look good. That's why he let her wear that dress. Even Kanye West got mad when his actual whore wore something that looked see-through and wasn't. Kim Kardashian, that back in whenever it was, and Kim wore that beautiful thing that had a nude color. It wasn't actually see-through, but it had a nude look and sequence and everything. Maybe it was a little. No, it wasn't. It just had a new look to it and everything. Kanye West got mad about that and even said something publicly about that. And he married a certified hoe. He married a certified gold digging hoe who is a succubus to black men. And he even still had enough dignity and respect for himself to publicly make a statement of not agreeing to what his wife wore. He saved his own face, the little bit of manhood he had when you married the whore of Babylon and gave her black children. Like just like Satan, you know. Even Kanye West, even one of the low class niggas on in this planet, the lowest class nigga on this planet, still had enough dignity and self-respect to speak against what his slut wife was wearing in public. Yet you have a pastor, and then Shira Seven, married to a black man who does not give a damn what she says online. You want a husband like that, or you want a real rich husband who won't allow you to have an account because his wealth matters too much and you're not going to be on the world blabbing about it to the world like Shira Seven. So don't be confused about real wealth, real power, and what niggas do when they get a little bit of it after selling their soul. All right? High value habits move very differently. Like I said, real high value people don't know broke, poor, fat, addicted, immoral, unmarried, unwise people. Only you do. You and me. I don't want to put my audience off, but I'm trying to be harsh with you about how your life is going to look if you don't change it now. As a black person, especially as a black person coming from poverty. And I've spoken to rich white people who may have gotten wind of this too. Stop hanging around a bunch of black niggas who are cursed. Unless you are part of the liberal agenda and you need black people to be your little slaves to help you survive, not having real white privilege and money, stop hanging around poor black people and underprivileged people. Stay in your rich society where people have morals and there's structure. People are married, people look good, they're fit, they're not addicted. Don't be around demon-possessed people when you have sovereignty. And this goes 10 times over for black people who come from a demonic race full of demons and curses. If you don't start having these high value habits, you're going to lose all your wealth and your life will be ruined. And you are going to look like how all of your trash, low value friends, some of your parents, are living right now. Please stay in line with your wealth. Set boundaries and make new friends who can meet the criteria of your high value habits. Finished product energy only. Be an adult in 2026 and live your best life. Let go of trash. Let go of people who are fighting their demons. You fought yours without their help. Let them figure it out. If they want to be in your life, let them clean it up and get righteous to be in your life. Because I promise you, they don't like you. They don't want to be in your life. That's why they're texting you instead of calling you. That's why they're asking you what your birthday is instead of do you want to hang out with them and their other friends, half of which are probably fine single guys or fine single women, who put them in the friend zone because they ugly and don't look that good. If they want to be in your life, they're going to invite you out to the activities and get to know their circle. That's it and that's all. Everything else is energy vampirism unless you're making money. Everything else is energy vampirism. Please cut off people who don't like you. They don't like you. They're afraid of you. They're jealous of you. And I warned you for the last time. Women, once a woman shows you she's jealous of you, if you keep associating with her, she will kill you. She will poison you. Mark my words. You've been warned. Peace and love.